it happens to me. But anyway, sorry for the digression. I just wanted to tell you how my personal experience in insurance has been. But yeah, the reason why I had to explain what the actuary does is because I realized that a lot of people may not know what it is about. It's a fact. I think maybe some people have a fair idea, and don't be surprised, even people working in insurance, some of them still don't even really have a good idea of what actuaries do. So I think one of the things that we're trying to do now at the Nigerian Actuarial Society, we've been conducting surveys across companies and asking them what they perceive actuaries could do for them. In fact, I've heard an insurer with so many years of experience said, I don't need an actuary. So that's the reason why I had to explain. People need to understand what they do. And even in the InsurTech space, it's important to understand the issue of pricing, because in the partnership with the insurance company, there is a very good example from you around how the claim experience turned out in relation to what the pricing was. And there is something in actuarial science called the actuarial control cycle. Even when the actuary comes up with a price, those things are not cast in stone. There has to be constant monitoring. So we'll go back and see what the experience is, come back and adjust the price, and yeah, that's how it works. Thank
you. No, I'm not done. The reason why I wanted you to give that brief is because from when from the feedback he gave regarding how his team or how the partnership team has to, come up with innovative ideas, right, in order for you to be able to fit into a particular sector, right, for the insurance policy to be bought, right? Your guys are the ones in charge of giving the price and the rates. How many of you people have fought with them before? Like the fight between technical. And the reason why I'm talking to you is because can you please tell us today, because you're the president, right? You're at the top. So can you please tell us today why we shouldn't fight you, number one, the work that goes behind coming up with that rate, just to ensure that the company, or rather the industry, does not go bankrupt. We know that we're Nigerians. So in order for us not to fight you, and in order for the likes of Alfred to be able to go to the drawing board and come up with innovative ideas and products and how to embed a value in a sector, how does your work actually happen? And how do you come up with that rate that says, we'll not go to the market and say, Leadway has given us a rate, but AXA is giving this rate, please. Let us match it. What is the industry standard? Where do you cut it? To just ensure that the price is accurate.
No, I think a very good question. Even in the insurance industry are still struggling to answer. I'll be able to ask Umash. It's probably a question that she has in her mind as well. And I'm sure Umash has had fights with actuaries. Rashidat has, all of us. So yeah, I'm not going to come here and tell you that we are nice people. No, because I think, and there's probably also some development that needs to happen. I was having a discussion with Adomi this morning around soft skills for actuaries. To be honest with you, one of the things that we get criticized for is that we struggle to communicate. So the actuary is a smart person, but some actuaries are very poor at explaining the why. And that's usually where the communication breaks down. If I come up to say that the price is X, I need to be able to explain to you in as simple terms as possible why it is X. So one day I was in a conversation with some sales people, and the guy was completing commission. So I'll give you what was happening. So there was a 5 years policy, and the commission was, say, first year 10, second year 5, third year 3. That's a total of 18, right? Then the guy said he wants that 18 in the beginning. And I said to him that 18 in the beginning is not the same thing as 10, 5, 3. But he says, no, it's the same thing. 18 is equal to 18. So I had to find a simple analogy, and I said to him that we're running a 100 meters race, and then you give me a load to carry in the beginning. If I carry that load from the beginning till the end, second scenario, you give me that load halfway into the journey. Which one do you think is going to get there faster? Reverse psychology. So in that way, he was able to understand that 18 may not be equal to 18, because in both scenarios, the guy carried the load. It's just that in one case he was carrying it from the beginning, and the other case from the half. So I think we do have that fault of our own, but generally in terms of the way that we come up with the price, there will be a lot of things impacting that price. I just mentioned commission or remuneration. The salespeople have to be remunerated, and that has to be considered. Then the most important thing is the expected claim experience. How much claims do we expect? It's more difficult when it's a novel risk. So there's some risks in the market we have a lot of experience on, and Rashida will tell you, even on those ones that we have, she said there's a lot of data. I won't say.
She actually mentioned that the master of the data is probably not correct.
Sometimes.
Inconclusive.
The way of that data sometimes is not pure. But truly, we have some risks that we have experience on, and then some we don't have experience, like the mobile phones that you wanted to insure. So in that scenario, the actuary has to make an intelligent guess, and there's a lot of other things that will drive that intelligent guess. Of course, there's subjective part to it on the basis of his experience. There's a whole lot of models which we can employ, which is where the mathematics comes in. But over time, from my practice, as I get more experience, and you'll find that a lot from a lot of older actuaries, you'll find that the reliance starts to get more on your judgment and experience than on those models. When you're younger, you're likely to be employing a lot of those models, but generally it's a required pathway to train you into visualizing risks. So when COVID came out, for example, we were supposed to work on a product for the COVID. I did fight with some salespeople at the time because I said to them plainly, I can't. We don't know where this is going. I'm not going to pretend to be a magician. I don't know. But they said, Africans are not dying. And it turned out that they were right. They said it is the white people that are dying. They were right, but at the time there was no empirical evidence to prove that. I had to err on the side of what I know, but that's usually the challenge with actuaries, because most times he wants to rely on data and what is a fact and what is science, whereas the salespeople on the other side. But I think that the actuary needs to be flexible enough to make a trade-off between the two.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. So, I mean, guys, this has settled the quarrel, right? Because I know this quarrel will not end, but because I have personally experienced it, and I know how much I used to fight the technical team. And just see, let's negotiate it. It is customer that sent me, but still, we need to discuss, we need to meet in the middle. But I'm glad, like, the way you explain this now, I will have, like, a clear understanding. So, Mash. I actually wanted to make an attempt to pronounce your name well. Umashime. See, guys. So, Mash, my question for you is, basically explained how, it's mostly B2B, right? How we're able to, B2B2C, how we're able to, transcend insurance within that space. Yours is alternative distribution and microinsurance, which means Rashida said that we have some people that have not been able to reach. I believe that the crystal ball is in hands to tell us today. Based on your, experience, right? Sitting where you are, I'm sure that every other day, the insight from the streets, the insight from the market gets to you, and you know where the problem lies, right? When it comes to microinsurance in Nigeria, because Africa is big, but we're here. This is where we eat and live and breathe. For the microinsurance space, how best do you think this category of people can adapt insurance? And it's not a matter of, you are secure, you have to do insurance for your business, so you're carrying, warehouse of goods and all of that. We need them to understand. However, these people, they don't get it. And I know for a fact that the whole idea of annual premium is something that they will never get. Because they will tell you, I paid for this thing. So I will still come and pay again next year. What does that even mean? But I feel like people like you would have answers for me and for us. So how best can we, can the microinsurance space benefit from insurance?
Okay, thank you. So, microinsurance, first off, you, as an insurer going into the micro space, you need to understand that the journey is long, and the ROI is far from achieving. So, we're looking at it more like CSR. We're looking at it from a position of educating that segment. We're looking at it from all of that spectrum. So that really the operators are a lot more comfortable with doing their thing. And what do we do? You find that contrary to the impression that people have that, in the mass market, there's a lot of so that they are not structured. They are structured. And that structure is largely from an affinity point of view. So we approach them using the affinity model. And that helps get the large memberships. That puts your foot into that group, that cluster of a lot of people, because you know that reaching individuals on a one-on-one will take it's a problem. So we approach the channel from that affinity point of view. And then, thankfully, with what's going on in digital, we're now trying to see how we can infuse technology to enable, the insurance. And that's why we find that most of the InsurTech conversations that we have are really around micro, and reaching the unbanked, the mass market, as it were, emerging markets for some, using technology. So that's the approach, and it is getting interesting because we have moved from imposing products to this market to going into the market and getting the consumers or potential consumers, find out what their needs are and then go back and curate and co-create with the tech companies products that will meet their need. So you're coming to them back with what they need and they get excited. And you ensure that the claims process is also seamless. Speaking of simplicity, which I should have mentioned, speaking of the flexibility, from a payment point and also from a claims point, all of those has now given rise to more enthusiasm around how do we capture that market, and indeed we are trying our best.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Before I come to the audience, do you guys have my questions? Do we have questions? I'm coming. I'm just asking, just so that I'm coming for questions. So my final question is for Bill, and the reason why I'm coming to you last is because Marsh mentioned something about finding the right product that fits into the category of people. You said that you breathe insurance, basically. Your school, you studied insurance, so you understand. Like, in fact, I'm sure if you should ask some questions, you can draw the lines and the dots and in your sleep, right? Maybe if you want, you know what, guys? I know people like this. When they have, tell me if I'm wrong, right? Today, wait now. Today that you came here, you had already gone to bed a couple of nights before, like, this is what's going to happen, and am I right?
Well, I just showed up actually.
You see. And I know the reason why I'm saying this is because for any individual, like Rashida said, our parents told us that we would become, own our own company one day and lead people, right? Please, the dream you had before you decided to own your own company. And this is coming from a place that you have studied it. So for you to be hungry to open yours, right, you see a problem that you believe that only you can fix. And basically, I'm happy to know that you've gotten all the support that you need, and I know you're getting more support. However, it's crazy for people to just start their own thing. It's scary, but it's crazy. So I just want you to tell us the number one thing that you were able to ignore, in the sense that fear is there, but you're like, I've been eating and sleeping in insurance, so it's a piece of cake. That thing that made you decide that you're going to do it, then the problem you feel or you know that Octamile is here to solve.
I'll try and do justice to the question. Very interesting and complex question with many legs. And I'll try to also relate that to the topic as well. So I think that the big elephant in the room, what everybody already knows, is that many people don't have insurance. Many people don't have financial protection. And when we say many, there's debate about the numbers. Some people say less than 1% in Nigeria. Some people say less than 3% in Africa. I was in a forum of insurers, and they didn't like when I said less than 1% in Nigeria. And it felt like the data was undermining the real work that had been done. But that's the big reality, and that's the big elephant in the room. So my background, so I studied insurance, I think, I was being smart, I thought, right? I've always loved numbers. I wanted to do finance. I think when the trend then was everybody was going to do banking and finance. I wanted to work in either a bank or a finance firm. And I thought, what could be the other trends over the years that could really pick up? And not many people, there. And my mom actually had sold insurance for a while when we were younger, and she always talked about how big insurance could be. My dad used to buy books where I stumbled on Warren Buffett, investing big in the insurance space, and how big insurance could be in other countries. So, as a young guy, entrepreneur, following the smell of money, I thought, and I used to sell cars from a very, very young age. So I grew up in Sulu. So I wasn't like, it wasn't posh. So I got into uni and graduated, and I thought, look, let me go and change the world in insurance. But quickly, I wasn't as fortunate as Alfred. maybe if I had stumbled on an insurance company like AXA, maybe I would have probably gone that route. But my first few interviews, I'm like, nah, this is not what I want to start off with. The culture wasn't great, and I think we didn't even value young people and innovation back then. So I was really, ginger, young guy, ideas. And everybody said, well, go calm down. I don't know your CIA. So I started off CIA. I almost completed CIA until they changed the whole syllabus. So I got stuck at like the stage 2 before the final stage. Maybe one day I'll go back and complete it. But, I entered that queue. And I just thought, look, you've got to come in from a higher value point of view. I went back to school and said, I'm going to go get an MBA. So the debate was go abroad. My parents would afford like an Ivy League kind of uni, or do you want to find a local uni that can, give you good value? LBS. So I went to LBS. Actually, so Lagos Business School, and I think that's where it all started. I stumbled on technology in Lagos Business School. This was 2012 when e-commerce was the conversation around FDIs. Junior was just about to launch. So we got some interviews post-MBA, and there's this company called Sabunta. How many of you heard of the company before? Only one person, right? Like, is an OG in the tech space. Sabunta today is what you know as Junior, actually. Sabunta, Junior started off as 2 companies, Sabunta and Kalungi, a fashion e-commerce business and an electronics e-commerce business. So we were part of like the first local hires. Started out from an apartment in 1004. So these young guys, German guys, younger than me, shorts, come and interview. I'm like, bro, this is like, you do that. Okay, let's go.
So you're referring to Jonah? Jonah.
There were quite a few, lots of people. But I think fast forward, so that was where it began 10 years ago. I've been played multiple roles as both like an operator, manager, moved up. I've always found I've got a knack for looking where there are problems. So while building tech, and our CEO of Checky, online cars marketplace, I always thought about insurance. I always partnered with the insurers. So spent about 5 years building online marketplaces. So, but I thought after 10 years of tech, what next? COVID happened. COVID was the soul searching point. But it just struck me during the COVID period with the conversations I was having with the insurers that this could be the, if insurers would ever adopt technology, it's going to be now, right? Because people were panicking at some point. Some companies were panicking, except for the companies that, really have very advanced technology stack already, the great guys, AXA, who are, by the way, are very good partners. So, I will always have them on my lips. And of course, Leadway. So we've got very good partners, but I think the point I'm trying to make is that without merging both the insurance traditional and the tech experience, for me it's just like a sweet spot. I just felt naturally this is what I want to do for the next phase of my life. I started to speak to people that I know, AXA, Leadway, all my friends who I went to school with. So it's like a sweet spot. We went out to reach out to mentors. So it's not like an overnight. It's been a 10-year journey, at least. So I've been thinking about this for more than 10 years, building relationships, trying to make it happen. So before we even launched, we had a lot of the early resources that we needed based on all the work we've done over the last years. But I think the most important thing, I'd like to wrap this comment with is that beyond my personal background and beyond wanting to own a company, it's not really about owning a company. It's not really about being a CEO or anything. It's really about solving problems, finding big problems to solve that, when you wake up every morning, you're like, oh boy, there's something to do, and you're really driven by that. And, that was really insurance and tech for me. Like, if nobody's paying me, I'll have a conversation with Alfred, with Mash, everyone, and like, I'll call Rashida. Rashida gave me about an hour and a half of our time, a few months back, just chatting about, what exactly is going on in this space. So yeah, really excited to be building this. Then I think on embedded insurance, one thing that the way I see embedded insurance, it's just given the trend of a lot of growth in fintechs, e-commerce, marketplaces, gig economies. There's a lot of investment in tech. They're building communities of millions of customers. It's an opportunity to engage the customers on whatever products. So it's a subset of embedded finance. So if you're going to embed finance, insurance is a financial service that we should find multiple use cases to embed. And I think for us, Octamile, we want to be the tech ecosystem enabler, right? We just want to be at the middle of everything that is happening, partner with the insurer, the products, partner with distribution partners, businesses, or even offline communities who genuinely tech can help them to enjoy better insurance product.
Thank you very much. I was going to ask you, you already mentioned it though, but just a little more light. Which of the insurance products would you think that you would rather embed in most of the services that you're offering to your customers? I know that we have a lot of amazing insurance products, but we know that there's a handful of maybe 3 or 4 that that customers will be happy to jump on it when you embed it in a service that they're getting from, they're purchasing something. So which would you say is your favorite?
I think that's a hard question to answer, and I won't be honest if I select one. I think the crux is finding multiple use cases that fit. It depends on the partner. So in a junior, for example, where AXA is embedding device insurance, it's really around what opportunities with that partner exist. It's not really about what I feel or what I like, what product I feel would work. So I think that's really the crux of it, but finding multiple use cases that really fit. And it's that knowledge of traditional insurance and, of course, what the users really want as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the insight. I believe that we can now chat with YOA. I spoiled your name. I'm so sorry. Hi, good afternoon. Are you online now? So we can just, have a little bit of knowledge from you. Let's just take some. Okay. So thank you so much, everyone, for your insights. I believe that I will most likely I will stalk you, I promise, but I will definitely reach out to everyone here again. And the reason is because aside from the position that they hold and the things that they've been able to achieve, the reason why I asked Bill for the brief, not life story, but how you got here, is because aside from what we see, which is the traditional insurance, right? It's okay to challenge your mind, to want to do more and to want to, question the status quo and to want to create. So most of the time, you might not be like our scholar, Mr. Kingsley, you might not be a mathematician, but you might be able to be, I actually call founders or co-founders crazy because, trust me, it's not easy to make up your mind to do these kind of things. And I would like to commend everyone here for all your achievements and for taking the time to visit us here today. Thank you so much for your insightful time. Thank you so much, guys. We have to talk to you today. Good afternoon, Waitara. So sorry, the network isn't really permitting us. Can we see her? I'm so sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so sorry. I keep using you because you were the one that opened you were the one that watered the ground for us. Technology is sometimes our greatest friend, at the same time disappoints us once in a while. Hi, good afternoon. Apologies for the hold. Please, if you don't mind, just give us a brief introduction about yourself and, how you got into the insurance space, and then maybe a little bit of, knowledge regarding the growth of insurance in Nigeria, because, we've had the conversation all morning as to how insurance basically has penetrated Nigeria and how we are ensuring that, the entire spectrum of, customers are able to access insurance, either from the low-income earners or from the underserved individuals to the HNI. So how best has insurance been able to penetrate Nigeria, and what has the growth been like for you? Oh, so sorry. In Kenya, that's a different market. So please give us some insights on how the growth of insurance has been able to impact Kenya.
Hello, hi guys. I hope you can hear me. I can barely hear you, so I'm just going to wing it here. My name is Rydera. I head business at Lami, an insurtech that sits between the intersection of technology and insurance. We are championing embedded insurance in the market just purely on the basis of convenience and, you could say, affordability. We are very keen on increasing insurance. Well, I can see here that I've been asked to say a brief introduction about myself. I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Can you just chat the response back to her?
Hello? Okay, so my name is Rydera. I head business. Okay, so yes, I got into the insurance space. I actually traditionally have been in the e-mobility space. I worked with Uber for about 2.5 years as a lead on partnerships and growth. I basically got into insurance by accident. I don't have any insurance background, but I think one of the panel members just briefly explained, what was intriguing in insurance. I was going through a very tough time in my life where I needed insurance and I didn't have it. And I think that it was very difficult to understand what was out there. And so, Lami, floated an idea with us where you're able to actually get insurance in the most basic of ways. And when you think about embedded insurance, essentially comes to solve the issue of insurance penetration. You're going about your daily life and you're necessarily unable to speak to Jesus. You can't hear me, yeah?
We can do.
Well, I'm so sorry about this. I'm sure she has a lot to give to us, and I've been looking forward to hearing from her all morning since we've been discussing. I believe that before the end of the event, we might be opportune to speak with her again. But until then, I would like to say thank you to all of you for being here. Honestly speaking, I feel really privileged to be asking these questions and to actually have to experience you firsthand like this. Thank you so much once again for being here. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon while we have more insightful, conversations today. Guys, my questions, do we have them available so that do we have our questions? I should give you more time. We need questions here, honestly speaking, because we cannot have these gold mines of knowledge and not have questions for them. So, so we're supposed to be having a pitch session. You have a question? Okay, thank you. I'm so sorry. I apologize. Okay.
I was just trying to put them down, but I think I'm still writing. Maybe I could just... thank you very much, everyone, on this call. My name is Oluwaseun Ogundele. I work with Skid Nigeria and Complaint Limited. It's an honor to be here. Actually, having Melat here, I actually study actuarial science, BSc, And to my left here, I can tell you that I have a colleague that we went to school together here. He's also seated here. So, Melat, you are not the only one. It's just that we didn't further. All right. My question, I have one question for Melat. As a leader, president of the actuary in Nigeria, just a quick check. Was your association or your own self consulted in the process leading to the new PAN regulation in the Nigerian market on FSP? If yes, could you confirm that the data used in the process were not just subjective in relation to only the NSAS claims of 2020? I would also like to know if there are other indices that were considered, especially if likelihood of growth through InsurTechs were considered, because we are here to discuss InsurTech. And also, I have the second question to March. This question is all about our industry. And as a broker, I know that I don't have the leeway to be publicizing all the good things that you have done as an insurance company because I'm restricted. And especially when I'm in ski, knowing that it could be that we are bullying one person or the other. So I want to suggest and I want to know, because you have the right to do that as an insurance company. We have a lot of claims. Personally, one claim during the NSAS, I was able to get 2.4 billion naira to my client, which is not paid by me. It was paid by you guys in the industry that are the risk carrier. And if you are not doing enough, what are you guys doing in order to publicize all these claims to the public for them to be able to know that insurance is not just a dubious profession. It's something that there are evidence to show that people are being put back to the position they were before the laws occur, which is the paramount reason why we are in this industry. And we know the byproduct of insurance is actually claim settlement. And if you are settling so much claims like that, nobody will publicize your goodwill to anybody if you don't do it by yourself. I do it to my clients, but in a private corner. But I would love to do a lot on that to other people, which I am actually restricted in doing. So what are you guys doing in doing this? Because that's the only way we can penetrate. Before now, if not for Rashida coming in to tell us that we are actually doing 0.3% penetration, I thought we have risen to something of 3 or 4% like that. This is actually abysmal. And because for me, I know I'm doing a lot, and I wish every other broker can do a lot much as we have done. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that question, and I believe that we've all heard the question. You need your answer, but we can always, okay. Sorry, who was your question directed to? Okay, and I thought she was dead. Okay, just to respond to you, and thank you for the feedback. Insurance companies are not doing enough to, speak about the claims that they pay, other than what we find when we're preparing proposals where you have to, itemize your claims paid for the past 5 years. It was a culture back in the day when, at Leadway, where we used to entertain, we go to customers for testimonials. But I think the testimonials at the time was more skewed towards individuals as opposed to corporates. And some of the big numbers that you find in claims paid out is for the larger corporates who may not be favorably disposed to, having those kind of testimonials. But we take your feedback. We need to do more because I know that once people appreciate, it's when they see that aspect of your proposal that they're like, oh really, these guys are really in the business of settling claims, and it gives them comfort. So I take your feedback and we will be doing more.
It is. So where did I hear FSP? I thought I heard FSP. Apologies. See, these acronyms. I thought you were talking about something else. Okay. So the prime rates being referred to here is a rate table. For those that are not in insurance, it's a rate table that is used for pricing. And there are many versions of the prime rate. So there is the one for group life. But I think you're referring to the one for fire and special, maybe like mortality table and all those things that are used for pricing. So I do confirm that historically, the Nigerian Actuarial Society has not been very involved directly in all of those things. We do have members who have been indirectly involved in those things from their individual companies. But going forward, one of the things that are coming up that are all of these other tables, and these tables, a lot of them are actually very old, and there hasn't been recent revisions to reflect recent experience. So I do agree with you that there is some more work that we need to do there. Is that all the questions that you asked? The prime? Okay, and you said something about the NSAS as well. No, we weren't directly involved in that, although our members in the companies may have been involved in the estimation. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you so much, everyone. The time is actually fast spent, so I would have to quickly invite. Today we already promised that we're supposed to be having a very insightful conversation. So it's not just about the keynote speakers and the panelists just answering questions and just sharing insights. But we'd also like to have a very interactive session whereby your questions are also being answered, and questions will be answered in advance between now and next year when we'll have our next series, and then you guys will be like, okay, the conversation we had today was tilting towards the future of insurance, which we're happy to have. So welcome. Thank you so much, Wante, for joining us. Hi, good afternoon. Please confirm if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you very well. And then maybe you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Thank you so much for joining us. How are you doing today?
I saw there were some connectivity issues with Kenya. Sorry to my beautiful colleague of Lami, but I hope you can all guys hear me and see me. Hi from Nairobi. Sorry I can't be there in person. It looks like a lively crowd on the other side of the continent.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. We're actually happy to have you here. We're just going to be, jumping right at it. If you can just give us a brief introduction about yourself, tell us who you are, how did you get into insurance, and then we can just, take up the conversation with your keynote speak.
Okay, so because I think everybody has seen my Saturday morning face, I think I'm going to switch off the camera and I'm going to start sharing my presentation. Is that okay?
That's fine, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to come later for the Q&A session, so you're going to see us again. So just for the sake of, can you see my screen? Sorry, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so thank you for welcoming me. My name is Benta. I'm one of the lucky directors, and I'm also the CEO of MTech. We are an InsurTech based in Nairobi, registered in Mauritius, mainly active in the East African market. I'm very happy to be part of this event today, which is all about redefining the InsurTech ecosystem in Africa, and bring some East African context to it. Unfortunately, I can't be in Lagos. Reason being, everybody who is insurance, who is actually actively in insurance, knows this is renewal season. And also, as an InsurTech, we cannot run away from it. So I'm always saying the month December, January, February are high intense. This is a Same as, like we were saying in Germany, a baker can't take off on Christmas because everybody eats cake and bread. So this is our season, and we're actually having a little bit of a travel block. But I'm so happy, to dial in and listen to the conversations about embedded insurances. I just told a presentation about this a little bit earlier in Amsterdam, so I can just support everything that has been there. Embedded is all about market penetration, making it easy and accessible, which is one of the major insurance penetration barriers at the moment. So I missed your name, my dear moderator. Was that enough of what is your name? Just help me again. This is a little, so I can call you by name.
My name is Alero. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, I can hear you.
Yes, my name is Alero.
Alero. Am I saying that correct?
Yes, that's fine. Or you can call me right? Okay. Yeah, please go ahead.
Was that enough about an introduction?
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
So I've been asked today to talk a little bit about the ecosystem per se, the position of the InsurTechs in the African context, and also how we are seeing the future of InsurTechs and also are integrating with the partners. So I'm going to take you to roughly 15 minutes. I hope it's not going to be a monologue, so please keep asking questions or note the questions, and I'm happy to answer them later. I'm taking you a little bit on our journey, why we are doing what we are doing, and what we are hoping to get out of it, not just for ourselves, but for the continent per se. So a little bit about MTech, who doesn't know us. I think we are Africa's first full-stack InsurTech. There might be somebody now shouting up in that room, but this is what I've been told the other day for some people. So our technology is basically comprising around 3 different areas of it. That is, we're having a comprehensive retail marketplace, which is basically dealing with the B2C market. So this is a mobile and a web version, which is based in Kenya. The clients can compare insurance offerings, purchase it, do digital payments, and also manage, meaning claim insurance offerings of 38 Kenyan underwriters of a total of 42, and across all product classes, meaning motor, medical, PA, travel, and also life insurance products. When we started, this was actually our core business, but we very quickly came to realize that it is not enough to just digitalize one aspect of the ecosystem, because your tech can be amazing. Like our problem was, we started with the marketplace, but then we realized that we are not an insurer, so we need to get the products from somewhere. We have to digitalize the insurers. And this is when you're looking to the far right-hand side. These are the efficient software as a service digitalization side. These are the efficient software as a service digitalizations which we are doing today, our B2B market. And this is important for 2 things. Basically, if you want to create convenience for the client, your partners have to be digital as well. And the other thing is, and we're going to get to that a little bit later, Africa has a huge product problem. So we need to develop better products fitting the markets, better product market fit per se. And in order to do that, we need to get the underwriters on board and the insurers and the reinsurers. And they can only more efficiently underwrite if they have technology. So the software as a service, we are providing software solutions which are mainly targeting distribution and core system optimization to clients all over Africa. We just signed our first project also in Nigeria and Ghana, we are in Zimbabwe, we are in Kenya, Rwanda, Uganda. So we are having partners all over to help them optimize core system and distribution, which is going to help us to digitalize the whole ecosystem, not just us. I'm always saying InsurTech is an enabler, right? But we are not a standalone solution. That also helps us in terms of product design for the client. And then we are obviously also using our partnerships, and I think Turaco is going to talk a little bit later when it comes to embedded solutions. So how can our APIs be used by strategic partners so that the clients can actually do a purchase in connection with a more day-to-day purchase. And we just launched earlier this week an amazing partnership with some SMEs. So we are bringing an SME policy. And this is, again, a good example for also product development, because we just launched an SME policy here for small Dukas for $70, actually $63 per month. Which we all understand is very much micro. You can only do micro when you're digital, and the distribution is cost efficient. But this is one of our embedded solutions, which we just joined actually on Wednesday this week with three strategic partners and an underwriter called Britain here in the market. So this much about MTech, but I thought this was important to understand. While I am really urging every InsurTech, we got to get the industry digitalized, right? And I had an example the other day with one of my partners who's doing telematics, or even a little bit more crazy. There's a solution in South Africa where people just taking a picture from a car and automatically it's going to tell you how much the damage is. Yeah, but you can only use these absolutely amazing tech tools which are out there if your whole ecosystem is digital, and there's so much we can do. So let's take everybody with us, because if we're working together, the work is hopefully going to be a little bit easier. So why is it important what all of us are doing? Why is InsurTech important? Let's look at the market. The market is huge. I mean, not as huge as we are hoping it should be. And please, nobody hammer me on this number, $74.19 billion in Africa. This is a number I got from Swiss Re Institute. It is big. So when we are looking, when we're always talking to investors, what is the market size, etc., there is already an existing market, but I'm also loud and clearly telling everybody this market is to be disrupted. So how can we make these $74 billion more profitable using tech? But B also, and this is when we are going to the second part, the market has potential. We're having an insurance penetration of 3%. It's way below international average, but it is also way below other developing countries or other developing continents. So we can't say, okay, Bente is now originally from Germany. Obviously, the market penetration in Germany is a little bit higher, but even when we are comparing us to other developing countries, it is too low, and we got to do something about it. So we're having already a big market. What can we do as InsurTechs, and how can we use technology to make this existing market more profitable, more efficient? The biggest classes in insurance are actually loss-making. Here in Kenya, motor is the biggest class, completely loss-making. But then also, how can we increase this market? And you guys can all do your calculation. Even if you would get the market penetration 1% up or 0.5, there is quite some money there to be earned. One thing I want to tell you, and then I'm going back to that slide, is why is this market now only at 3%? Yes, we are expecting a growth in the industry. Again, good for everybody who's sitting there in the room. We are all working in an industry where we are perceiving a lot of growth. But what are the barriers why our insurance penetration is lacking at around 3%? One is very clearly distribution. 85% of insurance premiums are sold in the capitals. This is a data point you will see all over the continent. 85%. When I'm putting this now into the Kenyan context, it is not that 85% of the GDP is being generated in Nairobi. So what does that tell us? That the counties are actually completely underserved. Can technology solve that? 100%. We all know when you're having a technology product which is working, you can actually not only purchase your premium and understand it with the convenience of your phone, but you can also, even more important, manage it. But distribution is a major part of holding insurance penetration back. And then also when we're talking about distribution, the embedded parts is in it, because actually embedded is one part of distribution. Then, and I mentioned that a little bit earlier, product. Every conference you will go to an InsurTech which is connected to Africa will talk about how are we going to bring microinsurance products, isn't it? So everybody says, we don't have, there's not the spending power of the big product, we need to go micro. Fair enough, makes economical sense. I'm fully with you, and I don't know who knows that data point. Actually, customer acquisition cost in Africa sits at around $470. So if my customer acquisition cost over the African continent sits at $470, how can I bring a microinsurance product? Like if I'm bringing now a medical product, like my cost-effective medical product monthly here at MTech is $3 roughly. How can I bring a $3 product if it's going to cost me $470 to get my client? I don't have to be an economist to understand that actually is going to become an issue at some stage. So we need to bring microinsurance products, yes, 100%, but we need to put the ecosystem in place to service this microinsurance product. Again, not only for purchase, but also for management of the policy. And then it makes sense when you're distributing it cost efficiently, but otherwise the product market fit is a major barrier to insurance penetration. The next thing is affordability. We are all having regulators in our countries. So comes also a little bit back to the microinsurance part, but affordability in terms of cash and carry has been voted number 3 of the insurance penetration barriers here in East Africa. What does that mean? The regulators are actually asking us to do cash and carry. So I have to pay my policy 100% to be covered from day one. That does go against cultural tendencies, so to say, where people are not used to save money. Definitely not for insurance. So tech now, when you're an underwriter, when you're an insurer, even when you're a manual broker, it is also hard to finance insurance policies because the administration cost behind it is going to eat your margins, right? Making the business unsustainable. But for the use of tech, and there is amazing payment integrators. When we're talking about fintech, where we are part of, actually, payments is actually the biggest part. You can actually, again, embed that. So what is happening on MTech, everybody can pay the policy on a monthly, daily, weekly basis, and we are doing the credit rating against the ID number. Again, enabled by tech, and has really ironed out one of the biggest barriers. And then the big person in the room is trust. If I would ask everybody in this room, and now unfortunately I cannot see the room, but if I would ask everybody in this room now to raise their hands, who's actually trusting their insurers or who's trusting their brokers or agents, I would probably not see too many hands. And I think sometimes the industry deserves that reputation and we have to steer against it. But one of the biggest things how you can generate trust is if you're putting the power of the process into the hands of the client or into the hands of the users, and if you can also communicate with your user, right? There's a reputation in the industry that insurers are only getting back to you once you're talking, once you have your renewal coming. And it is true, data is telling us that. But again, with technology, there's constant communication with the client, whether it's push, whether it's emails, whether it's in-app, whether it's WhatsApps, etc. But then it's also really the part of I can handle my own destiny from the fingertip, from my device, from the convenience of my device. And I think that is a big issue. So when we are looking at the barriers, this is what's holding the industry back. But now, good news for all of us. African clients are looking for the InsurTechs. And it has been made. And congratulations. I think this is something we should celebrate. 52% of customers and 80% of millennials, which is the generation who is now going to have the spending powers, are open to buy insurance from an InsurTech. So let me tell you one thing. If there's somebody telling you people will not buy, and I was told this 2 years ago, Benson, nobody will ever buy a medical insurance from a smartphone. Today, 45% of my business is medical insurance. I prove them wrong. It's not like that. People handle their banking on their smartphones. People handle all kinds of things on their smartphones. People are also very, very happy to manage their insurance on a smartphone. So, tick, you have a market. Tick, the market is going to further grow. Tick, clients want you as a business case here. Barriers are clear. So now, what do InsurTechs for me have to do? And InsurTechs, I'm actually celebrating all the InsurTechs which are in the market. I think if somebody would have told me a couple of years ago what I put myself into, I'm not sure if I would have walked that journey, because it is, let me tell you, the journey is tough. Because we are trying to disrupt a legacy system. And we are trying to disrupt a system which partially doesn't even want to be disrupted because they're scared. They're scared for something new. They're scared for something they don't know. And I'm always saying you don't know what you don't know. But there is a sense of disruption, but be ready for a lot of traditional setback. You do not know how often I'm sitting at boardroom tables and people, CEOs will tell me, but we've always done it like that. Yes, but it's not working how you're doing it. Look at the numbers. Look where people are dropping off. Look at your renewal rate. Look where your clients are, etc. When we are looking at InsurTechs, I am a big, big supporter of we need, and I said this before, take the whole industry with us. So I'm urging every InsurTech, whichever part you are touching, you need to see how does that integrate either with the existing ecosystem or also with other InsurTech players. And it is not that we are competing, guys. The market is big enough, and there is things which others are very good in, and then there's things you're going to be good in. But you need to get tech right for the pricing and the underwriting, because without that, you will not find a good product. And there's technology there. How can we collect data which is helping our underwriters to give us better products? Yeah? Because when they have data, when they have proof, they're very happy to relook at their products. So data for pricing and underwriting. Then claims management. How can we make sure that our clients understand, which documents, which information they have to submit, but also put again the insurers and make it easy for them that information is all unified available. When we have, this is really the first step. And when you get that right, then you're looking at what I mentioned before, pictures of cars which are automatically going to calculate the damage, etc. But get your basics right. And it is not just the purchase. It is even more important, the claims and the editing of policies. And this is also tying in with operations. And I can tell you a story about me being an underwriter who makes one of the top 3 underwriters in Kenya, and they told me when they're getting a claim in, they would need to basically walk into the finance office, see if the policy was paid, when it was paid, how it was paid, then it would go to legal to try to find any loopholes there, and then eventually it would go back. That whole process would take around 2 weeks, 3 weeks minimum. And honestly, tech can probably bring that down to 30 seconds. By creating one source of truth. Then it is distribution. I love agents, but I'm also not shy to say, and we need the agents, but I also think agents need to embrace technology to the interest of their clients. Brokers the same, and underwriters also. We need to get distribution outside the capitals. It's completely underserved, and we need to get the distribution right and get to the people where insurance really matters as a welfare planning product. And then it is lead generation. We just did a project here on the life insurance product, and maybe this is making people understand the power of tech. We are running at a conversion rate of roughly 19% on NTech, which is high or satisfactory for us, and we generated 9,000 leads for an underwriter, actually Sanlam, in October this year. There are many other processes with the whole network that I have, meaning own sales channels, lead generation channels, agents and brokers generated 218. So I'm just going to let it stand there. Tech, around 9,000. Manual service, 218. The industry has to embrace tech, and the tech has to work. If your tech is not working, please make it work, because there's no second chance for a first opinion, I'm always saying. So in a summary again, we need data for pricing and underwriting. We need to digitalize the whole ecosystem in order for our own solutions to work. And we really need to be looking at the industry challenges, protect against it, and solve it one by one. I'm always saying Rome has not been built in one day. Also, the insurance sector will not be built in 2 days. Let me put it like that. Now, how are we doing that? Where did I burn my fingers? I'm telling you up front, we are not perfect. We're having a lot of challenges, and I mentioned before, if I would have known a couple of years ago what I'm putting myself into, I probably would have still done it. Yeah, I'm having a couple of more gray hairs more. So, MTech at a glance. Through our efficient distribution channels, we have brought down our customer acquisition cost to $26.75. A user acquisition cost we have at $2.25. I said local average is around 470, international industry average, and the customer acquisition cost is $900. So we are running at a 0.03% of the overall industry average, and this low customer acquisition cost is bringing us into the league of microfinancing, which is absolutely essential for the continent. We have really automated all systems. Like I said, our technology kind of touches like a crack all over. So where our underwriters were not digital, we actually not only build APIs for them, we also build management systems for them, which was very costly, but which allowed us to onboard on our marketplace, for example, our 38 underwriters, and really ensure if somebody buys a medical insurance at 1 o'clock in the morning, they're getting their medical policy at 1:02. But it is really, we are at a roughly 75% automation rate compared to an industry average of below 10. I'm a big fan of multi-policy platforms. Why? In order to drive penetration, in order to get people into the concept of insurance, into the concept of welfare, one policy is maybe you're starting with, but there's other policies. And then, let's be honest, motor is a loss-making business for the underwriters. It's also not having the impact. So please, very early, think about the classes which are really going to have an impact and are really going to touch on the people. Because if you're trying to get an impact on motor insurance, I mean, how many people are really driving a car? Yes, there is a lot of cars, but this is not where the impact sits. Medical, with PA covers, and with life covers. Yeah, it's not going to sit with the top 10,000, and I know it's more we're driving a car. And please, for the purpose of cross-selling, upselling, create multi-policy platforms. Then generate a network. And one thing I put down here is now our digitalized lead generation network. We have here in Kenya around 1,500 digital-enabled agents who are pushing our product. But it is also a network in terms of B2B2C. Yeah, who can help you drive your agenda? How can you cooperate in Nigeria with a junior? How can you cooperate with an auto check, for example, to push your solutions and reach more people? Never be afraid of partnerships. Partnerships will accelerate your growth and accelerate, even more important, your learning. Get people on board, excite them for the idea, and run together with them. Everybody has their strength, and you should work together. And insurance is part of financial inclusion. Yeah. So we gotta get this finance part very important, and the payment and how we're making. We will never get insurance out for free, but what we can do is we're making it easier for users to obtain insurance products. So think very early, whatever product you're having, how can you make it as convenient for your user to get it? And then trust, make sure your solution is working. You're an InsurTech. Your tech has to work. Your business is your tech. And I'm saying this, there's no second chance for a first impression. If your tech is not working, people are going to drop it. So test it, alpha, beta, gamma, delta. I don't know, there's all this fancy tech language, but test it. And then test it in the market. See if it really gives the impact you're looking for. I also want to really
Thank you so much, Bente. This was really insightful. Okay, so guys, please, I don't want to fight with anybody today. Your questions, have you written them down? We're not taking them right away, but please just put in a paper. If your question is to a specific speaker, it would be great if you can write the name of the person down so that we can always revisit it. So because time is fast spent, we have 2 sessions that we have to rush through. So we have a product pitch. We have a product pitch that will be presented by Peter Adeyemi. Hi, Peter. Please come forward. Round of applause for Peter. So right after Peter's amazing pitch, product pitch, we'll also be having a fireside chat with Faye and Henry Mascot, the founder of Curacel. So guys, let us just be ready for the fantastic things that we're about to see at the moment. Round of applause for
Hello, everyone. Okay, I think this has been very exciting. I wonder if my slides are coming up. Okay, thank you so much. So wanted to briefly talk to you about Curacel. I'm sure maybe a lot of you also know Curacel already. Short story, we actually did start as an health tech company trying to do EMRs for hospitals before we then got this version of Curacel. So we kind of pivoted a bit. If you go to the next slide, please. All right. Yeah, so our vision, right, and our outlook, the way we are looking at things is to create a world with equal economic opportunity and prosperity. Actually feeds into the way insurance works, because again, you want to be able to help people secure their future, and that's the way we started to look at things. And then the mission for us, right, as a tech company, is to then use technology to drive up insurance inclusion. Simply what that means is that we don't want anyone around Africa and the emerging markets to have issues once. And like Rashida said when she was here, that number is still probably at 0.3% in most of Africa, or in Nigeria, and then most of Africa maybe like 3%, with maybe South Africa having like a deeper penetration than most of the other countries. Next slide, please. So to that end, right, we started looking at different products that we can also build, right? Next slide. Right. Yeah. So we came up with the health claims products, which works directly with health insurers to help them collect their claims, right, from the providers. So when you think about insurance, we thought about some of the problems, some of the things that have become issues for health insurers and for insurance in general. And you can all agree with me that claims is like a very big part of it. So we came up with that product. After we built our products, we then noticed that, okay, one of the other issues is actually fraud, right? And then we also now built something for fraud, which I'll talk about later in the slides. We then also have like the auto claims product that is essentially doing the same thing but for like auto insurance industry. And then we came up with another product called Curacel Grow, which essentially helps with an embedded insurance product essentially. Next slide, please. Okay, so presently we are in about 10 countries in Africa, deepening our reach as well over time. We have had like 10 million plus claims processed on the Curacel platform for different insurers in Africa. We have worked with, and are still working with like the biggest insurers on the continent as well, Octamile, Jubilee Insurance, and a couple more other insurance companies. And also a lot of hospitals. So I imagine that if you actually have health insurance in Nigeria and you go to any hospital in Nigeria, so we work with about 5,000 hospitals in Nigeria, which means your claim will probably have been submitted through Curacel at some point. Next slide, please. Okay, next slide. Again, the problem that we're trying to solve for these insurers were very straightforward, which is the fact that everything was pretty manual, right? And then, it gives room to a lot of shady things, fraud, waste, and abuse, inefficiencies, and it's costly. And then, as you grow as a company, as an health insurer, you don't have to like hire more people to help you deal with all that volume, right? So that was one of the problems that we first saw, and we thought about solving. Next slide, please. And then the second problem is now the problem of fraud, right? Which is like really, really huge. And the funny thing is that when fraud is perpetrated, it actually affects other people, right? So when insurance companies are reporting their year and they have like maybe 50% of their revenue already eaten into because they paid out, they had claims payouts which were fraudulent. That doesn't even help insurance growth on the continent, because then the kind of savings they should have had to maybe even come up with different policies and be able to cover more people, they can't have that. So this was like a very huge problem we also now identified as well. Next slide. So enters Curacel, and the way we started thinking about it was to then digitize and automate all that claims processing, and then also leverage artificial intelligence to accelerate that process, increase accuracy, and then also detect fraud, waste, and abuse. So right now, from maybe statistics that we have, data that we have, we know that we are able to fast track the claims process by at least 70% of the way it was before. And then also reduce fraud by up to 25%. Next slide. Right. Again, I think I talked about this already. So we have like the AI technology that can help you process claims in real time, savings of up to 25% in FWA cost, and then can also make claims payment faster and with limited amount of time. Next slide. I'm also rushing because of time. So basically, these are the value proposition, better fraud detection, So a company like, or an insurer like Octamile with maybe about 90,000 claims a month can deploy Curacel, and instead of them having like backlogs of claim where they are not able to pay their providers on time, those claims get vetted in maybe a matter of minutes, right? Because we have deployed like artificial intelligence that is able to run through like all those claims and behave the way doctors would behave when they look at those claims. And the good thing with technology is that it then also eliminates all like the human errors, which accounts for estimated 3%, right? And all those other things. And then, and for health insurance, right, maybe for other insurance verticals as well, the important thing is that you want to also quickly pay your client. So I call it a 360 degree of happiness, where like if you're able to pay your providers on time, they're able to give better service delivery to your client, and then you get it just goes round like that. Next slide. Okay, yeah, like I mentioned earlier. So if you probably go to the hospital today, your hospital will probably submit your claims to your insurer using Curacel. Also automated a couple of things in that process where you're able to get a message that says Octamile has submitted a claim on your behalf, right? You can confirm or dispute that. Again, some of the fraud detection technology that we also put in place. Next slide. Okay, some testimonials from some of our users. Again, Jubilee is the biggest insurer in East Africa. Some of our users, and then also Octamile in Nigeria over here. Next slide. Okay, so that's Curacel, the health insurance product. So Curacel Grow is the embedded product that essentially fits into the discussion that was held earlier. We're looking at a situation where we're able to embed insurance in the way people already live their lives. So where do they shop? How do they, the things that they already buy? Next slide, please. And then what we're trying to do with this is to, also enable companies use their platform to enable the sale of insurance. There's a saying that has stuck with me for a while now, which is insurance is not bought, it is sold. So you have to actually put it in people's faces. Like you have to also make it seamless for them, which is what we are now trying to achieve with technology. So imagine any business at all, right, that's serving like a customer base. We can work with them and embed insurance in their offerings so that their users can then easily get access to their insurance. So products ranging from like life insurance to health insurance, auto insurance, home insurance, device insurance. So we are there like the intermediary between the insurance companies, so we're able to curate the best products and then also be able to service businesses so they can also give insurance to their users. And again, for those businesses, it's also very exciting because we're then able to share some portion of the commission with them, so they also make revenue from all of that. Next slide. Okay, yeah, so one integration for all markets and products, so you can increase conversions and drive additional revenue with the power of insurance. Also, AI is deployed to kind of curate some of those insurance products as well. And then we have like API that can also connect seamlessly as well. And then your users can actually have like access to all types of insurance at once. Next slide. Okay, so again, for the businesses, more customer loyalty because, your business is almost like a one-stop shop for them, more revenue, end-to-end technology infrastructure, and then when they come back, if they have a claim, they can easily make that claim because everything was digital in the first place. And then, it's just marketing boost for the businesses as well. I think this kind of summarizes Curacel products. We have another product, the auto product, which does similar thing with what we do for the health insurance vertical as well. I don't know if there are questions, but thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Peter, for that very insightful product page. So we'll just jump right at it. As we all know, our time is fast spent. So just to follow that session, we'll be having Faye Olorunlola and the founder of Curacel, Henry Mascot. So we'll be having both of them on a virtual session. So this is a fireside chat just to follow that conversation for today.
Hi, Henry.
Hi, Fanny. How's it going?
Awesome. Thank you everyone for attending this particular session and to Mascot. thank you once again for being a part of this, of the growth, of the InsurTech space, especially in Nigeria and on the African continent. Right. So, for today's session, first off, we would want to know who Mascot is. So this should come from you, like a brief introduction about yourself, what you do, and again, from what we just heard, why you decided to jump into, health insurance.
Yeah. Thank you, Father. Thank you for the good work you guys do. Again, consistently now for 2 years, and after all the creation, learned a lot by plugging into your ecosystem and all the knowledge you guys have created. So I have to appreciate you guys for the work you keep doing. There's the part of the founders building the business, and then there's the part of you guys, the enablers, on the other side, bringing us together, creating platforms for us to talk. So I guess for me, right, so my background is in technology. I'm a product guy. I used to be an engineer, so I used to write code. But for us, myself and my co-founders, I have a co-founder, Dr. Flash, who leads our engineering team and a bit of the product with myself. Our key thing as founders was that we're tech guys, right? We always love to build technology. And a couple of years ago when we started, we were like, okay, cool, how can we build technology that isn't just making money, right, but like has impact? Because we're Africans, most of Africa is still below where we need to be economically. So we're like, hey, how do we start something that, again, it's tech, it improves lives. We love, we can do 20 hours, 18 hours a day, just building products, enjoying it. But how can whatever it is we create impact the lives of other people, right? And there are a few industries that's always massively in your face when you're thinking about impact. There's healthcare, there's education, etc., right? So we actually started our foray into like looking at a few problems in healthcare. And then we also realized, hey, how a ton of the value in healthcare can be, solved if the financing gap was solved. And then obviously financing in healthcare is to a large extent health insurance. And then we started solving problems in health insurance. And then we also sort of saw the bigger picture around, hey, how insurance is a key part of the financial stack. So when you see every developed market, every developed country, every developed economy, there's like a set of stacks that, make the financial stack, right? There's banking, there's credit, and obviously insurance is a core part of that. And so when we kind of looked at the continent, just across the emerging markets broadly, we also saw that, hey, people are starting to solve the problem. Banking is already solid, it's driving inclusion. People are starting to solve payments. A couple of people are also starting to solve credit as well. So for us, we kind of fit into the bigger picture of all the companies across Africa, trying to help Africans get more prosperous, become economically viable. So insurance is just like a key part of that. And for us, it's like, hey, you can't have a viable middle class without insurance, right? Like, if you're growing, you're making great income, you have assets, you need to make sure that you're spending your resources productively, right? You're not paying out of pocket for healthcare, you're not buying assets over and over again, etc. So for us, that's kind of our why, just making impact with technology, helping Africans, helping people in emerging markets be more viable if insurance works. That's a bit of the why and my background.
This obviously is going to lead to the next question, which is how your experience or your journey into Y Combinator, was this all part of belief that was able to come together and then
no, it is really so obviously I think that with all the founders in the room as well, there are two things that obviously make every business viable, right? Market opportunity, what's the problem you're solving, what's the market, but the other thing is also the vision that the founders have for where they want to take the business. So for us, we started the business, right now we're like in 10 markets. We started a business, 3-4 years ago out of Nigeria. But for us, it was always big. Right? We wanted to build like a big platform. We're still very early stage, in the sense in terms of the things we want to achieve. But like for us, it was always that we wanted to build out this thing that could be really a global platform, like spreading across like not just small Nigeria, but like across the continent and even across the rest of the emerging markets as well. And so I guess so YC was always something that we thought was valuable to be part of. And so we had a few ideas around the goals we thought we could achieve by being part of the network. So we're obviously very privileged to have been able to go through that program. And it did validate. So again, a few of the thoughts we had was definitely like it was validated. So with things like ambition, right? Like YC would say to you that really what they're in the business of is like rewriting like founder DNA, right? So it's like, how do we make founders be more ambitious? How do we help founders think bigger about the problem they're solving, think bigger about the opportunity, solve problems that are massively bigger as well. And the second part, I think that is a huge component that again we didn't even think about, but we eventually also got is like access to the ecosystem, right? So YC has funded some of the biggest companies across the world, and thousands and thousands of companies across all the markets. So what that does for us is that it's first of all we have access to a founder network that we can engage, learn from, be challenged by the work they're doing across wherever they are. And essentially some of these guys also end up becoming like partners who help us like get into some of the markets that we're trying to get to. So for us, YC was always something that we were thinking, hey, if we would love to do, and again we were privileged to be able to go through the program. And we've seen the benefits. We're still reaping it. It helped us. It was actually quite company changing for us because it helped us rethink about the way we were thinking about the business. And we keep, it's not a 3-month program. Right? It's like a lifelong program where you have access to the network. And the founders you have now. You have a cohort of very ambitious people building the biggest businesses across the world, who you talk to daily, who you talk to weekly. And it essentially just changes the way you think about like running and building a business.
Fantastic. So I'd like to ask, for the learnings you've gotten from YC and as well as some of the I want to say community that you now have, do you think that in a way would translate to like better partnerships and overall improvement on not just for Curacel but also generally to the insurance industry?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. So again, like I said, to be able to do for every solution to come to market and succeed, right, there needs to be a market opportunity. But the other part is it really is the quality of the team, right? And so one of the things that makes certain industries better than other industries is the quality of talent they're really able to attract, right? So the way insurance, when you compare the kind of talent, so when you gotta look at I was talking to a friend who's Israeli yesterday, and and I was asking him a question. I was like, why is Israel just small set of? It's not a big country, right? But from a contribution to the biggest unicorns in the world, they have like a large chunk. And he was explaining how the back then when the ecosystem started, people didn't have the opportunity to go work in Goldman Sachs or working like big companies. So you have very smart people, because every single person, very similar to what we do in Nigeria, every single person who comes out of school or college, university in Israel goes through a military program similar to what we do in Nigeria, where you do a paramilitary thing, NYSC. But they take it very serious. It's not bad. It's like a very solid military thing you do for 2 years. And so you have very, very driven, very smart, very ambitious people who come out, but they can't go into like other jobs, so they start companies. And then, but the point I'm making is the quality of the talent, shapes the way the ecosystem is built, shapes the way the solutions and how things come to take place. So for us, yes. So some of these learnings, being around founders who again are solving bigger problems, challenge us to be able to think around like, how do we design the business? What kind of talent do we try to attract into the business, right? So there's a part where you please, going through the program helps us with like partnerships. See, we can partner with some of our early partners across some of the markets in the MENA region, some of the people in the network, but also sort of like being close to those businesses also show us how businesses that have gotten really successful and that are really ambitious in industries that are much faster growing than insurance, some of the best practices and the things they do. And so we can take that and then we can bring that into the way we build our business. I don't know if you see like, in this, within this network, there are other businesses that are very similar to ours, and we obviously rub off on each other. And so I think there's definitely like a ripple effect across, some of the learnings, some of the strategies that get perpetuated across in the market and across the ecosystem.
I mean, great work, honestly, great work. And again, I would always say congratulations for, being a part of, the YC network. So move on to the next one now. Coming up from some of these learnings as well, what would you say should the industry itself, like the entire ecosystem, do to ensure that we're able to push insurance forward? Because again, there's been I don't want to say a lack, but this is something that's continuously happened for a long time. It's just seeming like we're having numbers, but we're not having penetration into the industry and our various communities. So what would be like the best learning point for insurance practitioners in the African continent?
Yeah. So again, it goes back to when I look at the components that make up, at the end of the day, right, it is talent, right? I think the biggest thing we can try to do, again, it depends, right? There's a broader ecosystem. There's like the insurance companies themselves, and then there's the partners around it, and then there's the InsurTechs, right? So I think the best thing we can do for ourselves, whether as InsurTechs, as founders, or as like leadership, is to try to attract talent, right? Like the quality of the people thinking about the problem really does affect the solution, right? The quality of the solution. Again, I have my own lane, right? My own lane is technology, right? And I always be clear about this. I'm not an insurance guy. I'm more of a product person, right? Like, so Bente also shared, like, if you're like, some of like the bottlenecks are like, hey, well, penetration isn't where it is. And there are a few of the problems that like aren't short-term and things that have quick short-term solutions. So I think for us is figuring out where we think we can have an impact. So I'm not talking about just curious, I'm talking about the broader ecosystem. I don't think we can change everything, but it's thinking about where we think we can have an impact based on our skill sets, based on our vision for where we think the world should go to. Because at the end of the day, right, like it takes what the vision of the leadership is, like what kind of world are you trying to create? But again, the quality of the people who are having the visions also sort of like determine the quality of the execution and the quality of the solutions, right? Within my team, I always use Elon. I'm a fan of Elon. I always use Elon as an example, right? And so you see somebody who's coming into an industry and sort of like change industries that like that were initially like things that governments couldn't fix. But he didn't do this by doing it by himself, but it's by attracting talents, making the problem look like something worth solving, and then bringing the talent into that industry, and then he solve the problem, right? He's not the one building all the cars or taking things to space business or like doing other things. What he does is he's essentially good at curating the right kind of talent. So I think the problem around like getting insurance penetration up, getting it to more people, there's a bit of it that has to do with culture, there's a bit of it that has to do with just pure execution, pure problem solving, like deploying. We are in the technology business, so it's figuring out how do we attract the talents that would like maybe be the Stripe or be the Flurry or be the Paystack, attract them into the industry. And they're happy and feel committed and feel passionate about solving this problem. In the same way that they can go to another industry that feels more exciting and then deploy that talent, right? So that's the way I think about it. I think it's talent. I think we all have like our experiences. There are certain things Curacel can do by virtue of the people who are in the team. So I think for us, it's like, for everybody who's in the room who's thinking about the specific problem they're trying to solve, is saying, hey, how can we attract the best kind of talent to solve that problem? More practically, do I know exactly, what you need to do in this place to make life insurance in Gombe State go up? Yeah, those things are practical things that like you can find operators who can come and try to solve it. But for me, the bigger thing is just attract the best talent.
Fantastic. So, more or less investing in human capital.
100%.
Fantastic. Okay, so before I let you off, one last question, and that has to do with Curacel. So, what should we expect from Curacel? In the coming year?
Yeah. So it's a good question. What should we expect? So again, it's not a short term. It's a long game, right? So I don't know that you should expect anything spectacular. We're still going to be here. We're still going to be trying to serve our thousands of customers across all our markets. So this Peter has been gracious enough to share some of the projects we're working on. Some of them have skills. Some of them are like still early people on market fit. I think maybe what we're excited about, really in the coming year, I think it's going to be difficult. It's, the signs that it might be a difficult year, because, again, there's the war happening, and then there's a global recession around the corner. We've already seen like capital allocators pull back greatly. So for us, it would be consistently just try to like be sustainable across all the markets that we're in. But I just drive value for like each one of the biggest customers in our key markets, just so that like, hey, like Bente said, they can be happy and refer us to other businesses, like whether that's like, in Kenya or like Jubilee and Old or like in Egypt or like Medrad and the rest of all those guys. So I think for us, it would be just trying to be more sustainable in this market that we're getting into, and make all the customers we have in our key markets like just really excited to be a partner. We do have like a ton of exploration happening across the rest of, beyond the borders of Africa happening at the moment, whether that's the MENA region or a bit of Southeast Asia. So we wouldn't be surprised if, again, sometime next year we also launch like some big partnerships beyond the African borders. I think for us, like, we think that 2023 is like put our heads down, consolidate on all the value that we're creating for all our customers, and so that puts the difficult year that a lot of people are sort of like prophesying that we're getting into, that hey, we're already seeing a big ton of businesses call people, a ton of businesses like shut down. We still hear that a lot of them going to happen, that are not yet announced. So for us, we just keep our heads above water, create value for our customers, and so that we can do this again in 2020, 2024 with you guys.
We'll be looking forward to that. And again, we are also rooting for you, and the future is interesting, and we will be looking out for what Curacel has to offer then. So thank you once again for joining this, and enjoy the rest of the program.
You too. Cheers.
Bye.
Thank you so much, Faye, for that very insightful session. Thank you so much, Henry, for sharing the insights on Curacel. So I know everybody needs to catch a break, and we're about to go on a break in a couple of minutes. But while we're going on a break, we'll be taking some pictures with the panelists that we had earlier and our number one keynote speaker. We have a question for you, and
so this is like the JAM question, and the JAM examiner will say the question, he knows himself. I will not out him. So the question, let me make it clear. It says InsurTech is like a change management process for the insurance industry in Nigeria. As it is normal, we will have early adopters in such process. But the concern is, how long are you in this? Are you not going to dump the relationship when you know enough from the InsurTech startup? So this is a real concern for anybody starting business in Nigeria. And my own core training is business advisory somewhat, because I really love numbers, not from a statistical standpoint. I cannot do the actual exams. I don't plan to ever do it. But I like the story that numbers tell, and I like what it helps to do with a business. So in businesses in Nigeria, you're at risk if you do not protect your ideas somewhat. So I will always put this on the table for anyone. So you should register a company. If something is patent, if you need to have a patent, you should register your patent. In Nigeria, people write loan proposals to banks and they never get the loan, but somebody else gets that loan and uses their proposal. So those are the realities. But what do you do? I would say to you that you need to, as an InsurTech, you should pick the right kind of companies who will have the access to what you are doing. Not every company respects legal process somewhat, and that's just unfortunately where we are. But there are also many companies who do. And you need to also be sure how much you share on day one, how much you keep for yourself as a co-founder or founders of the business, and how much even your employees are able to know. I mean, I have a personal friend who is also into tech, definitely is more into security tech, but he had someone trying to build something for him, and the person tried to steal his code. So it's not only your partners that want to steal stuff from you, employees themselves can try and steal your intellectual property. So you need to really think about how you set up your process in terms of intellectual property. This is just standard. But realistically, when you look at service providers in financial institutions over the years, we've always had people who provide applications. We've had people who become distributors. You have FMCG. They are standard distributors. They have not gone over the years. And the only reason why they haven't left or the business has not stopped working with them is because they keep bringing value to the table. So whatever value you start with day one, I saw, congrats again to Henry and the team on YC. But the value they started with at Curacel is not where they are today. You keep evolving. When you look at Vitality that came out from South Africa, they still started from one angle, and then they spread that angle further. So you need to keep thinking as a value provider that I can sign an agreement with you today, and that addresses my needs for the next 5 years. But you need to start preparing that. What will I need in the next 5 years? Somebody explained it to me in a very simple way, and unfortunately, I was not a polo watcher, so I had to go and look at polo a little, because he's a very good polo person. He said, polo, to be very successful, is not just your skill as a rider of a horse. This is horse, not Polo the designer. But, it's not just the rider, the guy who rides the horse, but the stable of horses you have. And each people that end up being most successful are the ones who have enough horses and a good rider, yeah. And so, because once you run a race for a period, you need to bring another thing to the table for your next stage of growth. Even when you think about companies, maybe like us too as well, we have to keep rethinking what will be important tomorrow. So, companies like Leadway, AXA and all, they've kept growing, not because they kept doing the same thing. So please, if you are a value provider, you should keep doing that. But for us, like a company like AXA, we respect, all the corporate governances and all the things you can imagine. We sign SLAs. So please, if you are offering your service as a InsurTech to anyone, or even non-InsurTech, please try and sign service level agreements, SLAs. Be very clear what you are doing. Before you share your full proposal, sign an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement. It's very, very important. It should protect both you and the partner. we try to make sure that we do that as well, because sometimes you think you have an idea, but the company already has that idea in a different way. So it means that both of you could come together and change the ideas you both have to become something else. At that point, you are joint owners. It's no longer special to you. So you need to really think about how you make it work. Try not to be too greedy, because if you are taking too much value from the table, your partner will run away from you after a while, because any relationship that is not symbiotic, i.e. everybody is winning, if only one person wins all the time, after a while it will pack up. But I can assure you that companies can continue to have wonderful relationship continuously as an insurtech, as an insurance company, because we are set up to be successful. We're continuum. Our companies go beyond us. Today, this might be my title. Tomorrow, I'll be somewhere else, doing something else, and other people will do what I'm doing. And as long as that value creation keeps happening, I don't think you should be afraid that you would not be needed anymore. But please don't stand on your former idea. Because that your former idea, the world will evolve. Some of the problems we're solving today is because we have solutions that only address part of our problems before. In the next 5-10 years, somebody will build a solution that addresses all our problems. And instead of me having 5 or 6 partners, I just want one partner, because it makes coordination better. So what will you be doing by that time to make sure that you are relevant? It's so important. And I think, if you don't mind me going on and on, and it's very important, because this is the existential problem that we have. So our businesses are continuous. So we're here to be partners with you. We even set up, and I think I won't take my colleague's presentation today, we set up a platform to work with tech companies and value providers. I think almost everybody has spoken yesterday has spoken about AXA, because yes, we are early adopters, we're very focused, but it's not supposed to be a temporary relationship, it's a partnership. And that partnership will take us forward, but only as much as we keep adding value to each other, because, I guess that's life, c'est la vie. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we're going to just take a 20 minutes break. I will be back by 2 o'clock, and in the meantime, we'll be taking pictures with the panelists. So you can just go out this way. Here. So there are finger foods outside, so just, step out, take a walk, rest your eyes if possible, breathe.
And it's quite kind of different from the regular partnership, because what we try to do here is, to bring them on board, incubate them, you mentor them, take them through master classes, and build that product with them, right? Build it with them, give them access to our customer base, try out the solution, and become a paying client for these partners. The framework, basically, what you see here, framework helps us to capture the right internal opportunities for innovation. I'm going to talk more about the different insurance value chain and our technology of interest. It also helps us to classify opportunities into addressable buckets. Helps us to create avenues for interactions between the opportunity buckets and the innovators themselves. Helps us to develop an assessment criteria, because there are so many ideas out there, but we need to assess the applications that we get. It helps us to firm up our internal process to ensure that we are able to support these partnerships. And lastly, it helps us to bring external innovation partnerships to go live. Basically, that's what it is. This project is already ongoing. I think we launched it officially in August, and I'll talk more on subsequent slides. Next slide, please. All right, so just to touch on our prioritized insurance value chain. So there are 5 different areas that are priority to us, and these areas actually aligns with AXA Mansard's strategic ambitions, and this cuts across distribution, claims management, underwriting, and technical management, customer management. So what we did was, when we put out this communication, we had stated that solutions that addresses problems across these 5 areas are the type of solutions that we're interested in. And our technologies of interest are stated on the other side. Low-code technologies like USSD, QR code technologies, we're interested in those to actually meet the needs of the lower end of the market. Mobile technologies, big data technologies, applied AI, connectivity and IoT, blockchain, social tech, virtual reality and quantum computing. So these are the areas that technologies of interest for us. And in terms of the founders, the idea owners, and the startups, what we need for them. So the benefits are stated here. For us, once we incubate these partners, we will help them we will deploy our internal resources, to help them to build and refine ideas. We will also provide ExCom mentorship. So ExCom here is the executive committee. The ExCom within AXA Mansard is a group of appointed people within the company, like the governing members of the company. Rashidat is a part of ExCom. So these people are going to become mentors to these idea owners, and they will have monthly engagements with them, just discuss the business proposition and see how they can help them to refine these ideas better. Master classes, of course, for the businesses, how to run the business, things to look out for in the insurance space and things like that. Technical expertise. So I stated the value chain earlier: distribution, technical management, claims management. So for someone that has a claims management solution, for example, a technical partner to that person would be someone in claims that can actually give them practical lessons from doing business on the claims side. Also, API access. We have a suite of APIs that these partners can plug into, in developing their solutions. AXA will become a paying client. I said that earlier. We would actually pay for these solutions as well, but we become the first paying client before giving these companies access to industry-wide scaling and commercialization. And we believe that such partnerships with these startups, would also help them to, raise money, right? Just mentioning that you have an existing partnership with AXA Mansard, you've been through the Innovation Exchange program. We think that could be attractive to investors, especially when those solutions actually work. So next slide, please. So I'm just going to touch on what we've done so far for the Innovation Exchange program. Please, next slide. All right, so I mentioned earlier, the official launch of the Innovation Exchange program was in August. And ever since we launched the Innovation portal, we received tons of applications from startups. And between October and November, we then did an internal assessment of the ideas that was presented to us. We have an internal assessment grid that takes into consideration the value chain of the idea owner. We also took into consideration the technology of interest and how viable that idea is. And based on that, we were able to select I think 10 startups, and we invited them for demo day in November. And on demo day, we had one-on-one conversations with the idea owners, asked them questions, try to understand the businesses better, what are the milestones that they've achieved so far, how far into development are they, is it a new idea, are they developing, have they launched into the market, just so we understand it better. And based on that, we selected 5 of them. And I'll mention the 5 of them in the next slide. So right now, engagements are ongoing. You heard Rashidat talk about legal agreements, very important. That's what we're trying to do now. We're just finalizing the legal agreements with these 5 selected cohorts. Our plan is to commence incubation in January. And like I mentioned earlier, incubation will include those engagements with the technical that will be assigned, those master classes, the sessions with the XCOM sponsor that is assigned to each of the startups, and then go live would be in April 2023. And then post go live, you will then take time to do some form of monitoring and evaluation to see how well that idea is doing in the market. This is the first cycle of the Innovation Exchange program. We plan to do another cycle next year. So in case there are startup idea owners here that might be interested in the program, there will be an opportunity for you next year. All right, next slide, please. Okay, so these are our 5 selected cohorts. There's Gerocare. Gerocare is a health care company and addressing a problem in the distribution value chain area. Legit Car is a vehicle validation company addressing problems in the claims and underwriting management value chain. Clafia is also a healthcare startup addressing problems around the distribution value chain. Fortify Africa is a platform business. Right? It combines customer management and distribution. Those are the value chains that they actually address problems in. HealthStack Africa. HealthStack is building sort of like a healthcare core business application, and we think that this will address problems around customer management and also underwriting management as well. Next slide, please. Well, so I don't think I need to talk much around this. I think a lot has been said about AXA here today, but I mean, why are we doing this? We're doing this because of our tradition of leading the way in digital transformation. It's something that we hold very dear. We're very, very intentional about innovation and digital in AXA, and a number of milestones that we've achieved over the years in the digital space. And of course, you all know that AXA is a global company as part of the AXA Group, worldwide leader in insurance with over 150,000 employees, serving 95 clients in 50 countries. So we think that we're in a strong position to drive such an initiative that would impact on the insurance industry. Thank you very much. I'll take any questions if there are any.
I think I only have a question, sir, just to be clear. But any questions, please? Any questions? Okay. Okay, there's one person. Okay. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. So, I'm Blessed Lola Saint from Empower Africa Project. From the cohort, I noticed something, and this has always been a regular concern. When we have policies and stuff, I discovered that agriculture and NMSMEs are not always being considered, but they are always the prime on our paper. We say Nigeria with 200 million plus populace, and we talk about SME is the strength of the nation. But when we want to get into the practical and the benefits and the consideration, they are not always in our plans. It's always, sorry to say, the people on the highland and the Abuja, Port Harcourt companies and the projects we always consider. Please, and the grassroots. Thank you.
So I think he just wants more insight on it. Okay. Even though I know what to say, but you are doing now. It's your company.
Okay, thank you very much. That feedback is well noted. So like I mentioned earlier, I mean, the selection is based on the criteria that we set for this program as it aligns with AXA's strategic ambitions. The 5 value chain areas were determined by, where we are right now, what's important to us. However, I take that feedback, and it's something that we definitely wouldn't take lightly going forward with the Innovation Exchange Program.
So mine was around the milestones. The monitoring and evaluation. I felt like 1 month is too short. Real life experience, 1 month can never cut it. So I wanted to know what metrics are you looking at, or I don't know. I just want to get your insight in 1 month.
So the reason why that was captured there as one is not 1 month in reality. But like I said, we're running 2 cycles this year. So first cycle will officially end in May. Of course, we still have to monitor. Even years after, we still have to monitor to see how well these partnerships will drive value for the industry. But the first cycle ends in May, and then we'll begin to engage others for the second cycle. But in the real sense, monitoring and evaluation is continuous. We have 3 months milestone, 1 year, 6 months, and the likes. Thank you.
Can we please start for Eniola? Just for clarity, Eniola is one of our LinkedIn influencers. I literally follow Eniola online. So thank you for coming here, and thank you for honoring us, basically. We'll go to the next agenda, which is to have another roundtable discussion. I don't know if we have YOA or Lami around. Oh, you are sitting near me, sir. You're welcome. You're welcome. Please, let's encourage her, please. Do we have Alexander Igwe Ifedo? Nice strat. Boluwatife Omotayo. Virtual. Okay, awesome. Ikemeneto. Is he virtual? It's not around. Oh, okay. Awesome. I had questions for Neto, like okay. It is here, but I can't find Neto. Okay. Is there a representative? Okay, come up now. Please, let's clap for him. You know what it means to be a brand ambassador? It's now we can tell Neto that the salary has to be double this year. Oh my word. So for the time that he's not here, he can. I hope I'm not missing out somebody. One, two, three. So awesome. Please verify if the person that's online is online so that we can just capture all of the engagement at once. Okay, awesome. My name is Witness, just in case you were not here when we introduced that, so I'm Witness Godwin, so so I'm a witness of this program essentially. I must say that immediately I saw the list of people, I was overwhelmed. You know, founders, for you to be a founder, that's a serious thing. It means that you realize that your life problem is not enough. You decided to add the society's problem with your problem. Because I tell anybody that if you don't like a stressful life, you can't be a founder. That's a reality. It's a harsh reality. I don't want to be a founder yet. I don't think I want to be. But I want to solve business problems. So I would like to say that I would want you to do like an introduction of yourself and just tell us what your business is. We can cap it to like 2 minutes each so that we can have time for further questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. My name is Maya Olabi. I'm CEO and co-founder of Mycover, and we digitize and distribute insurance across customer verticals in Africa, starting from Nigeria.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alexander. I'm the co-founder of Mycover.ai. What we are trying to do with Mycover.ai is to make insurance accessible to everyone, regardless of where you are, right? And we are doing that by allowing businesses to embed insurance into the existing offering. I'm a product person, unlike many of us here, we're like 15 plus years in practicing insurance. I'm more of a technical person, but I'm also like very, very glad that we have a setup like this. I was just telling Adedamola about it a few minutes ago. Thank you for having me.
Okay, my name is Collins Jacobs. All right, my name is Collins Jacobs. Okay, I am not the founder, right? I'm representing Ikpeme Neto, who founded Wella Health, and inspired by a desire to provide access to affordable healthcare for Nigerians when you consider that healthcare is mostly elusive for a greater number of Nigerians. And we do that by strategic partnerships, by mimicking the health-seeking behaviors of Nigerians. We've partnered with the Association of Community Pharmacists to just make sure that you don't have to go to the hospital and wait in line for accessing and treating very regular illnesses, malaria being one of them, right? And so that's our flagship plan. And we have a number of pharmaceutical product or pharmacy product that enhances access to health. Thank you.
I knew Gamp would likely not come because he's a gadget person. So, Gamp, if you can hear me, I know your name, I'm intentionally calling your brand. So, if you can hear me loud and clear, I think you can just do a quick introduction and what you do, essentially.
Yes, super clear. I can hear you super clearly. Can you hear me, please?
Awesome, I can hear you well.
All right, my name is Buluwatife Omotayo from Gamp. And Gamp is an InsurTech for devices. We sell device protection plans and offer device repairs to customers directly. And we also do it through partnerships. So we're really excited to be here and thank you for the opportunity to join virtually.
You sell devices, that's why, thank you very much. So I must say that when I see people say they want to do InsurTech, I'm like, why? And trust me, I'm an advocate of insurance. I told you literally that my father died early, so insurance is my lifestyle. there is no other industry, even though it doesn't pay the best in the financial industry, it's still the industry I chose, irrespective, because I like to say that I'm not without options. If you study well, you will not be without options. So I just want to get some insights as to why. Because I know insurance is hard to sell. Human behavior is the act of hacking human behavior around insurance. You're fighting against God. So I want to know, like, why essentially. Because if you cannot answer the why, then you might not have the tenacity to grow the business. So I want to know the why. And I'll do a 2-minute session for that also. Then. You want me to start? You want to start first? There's no woman yet, so I can't say woman. So. Okay, start.
I'll start. So, it's on.
Is it?
Okay. So, summary would be village people, my village people, but other than that, it's I would say I accidentally fell into it. I started a business around 12 years ago. I wanted to automate payments for insurance. I didn't end up doing it. Then sometime around 2015, my daughter was ill. Yes, so I had to take her to hospital at 5:30 in the morning. My HMO was rejected at the hospital, and I was pissed. And I had to pay out of pocket, which is worse. Then I was now looking for another health insurance provider I could pay, and pay for just maybe like 6 months or something, and there was none. So I started looking for ways to pay per month. There was nobody offering that as at that time. So we stumbled on Reliance HMO, and we started using them. I started to sell for them because we discovered other people had those issues. Then I bought a car, and I had my daughter's birthday, I had school fees, and I had car insurance, and I didn't have enough money to do all three. And I had to choose. Since I didn't have another house to move to, I did birthday and pay school fees and bought the third party. And anytime I lock the car, I would check the door. It's locked. Took a picture most times and said, just in case, so this is the car. This is where I last saw it, and this is how it looks. But that was stupid. I bought another car. My co-founder bought a car as well, and we said we couldn't do the same thing again. And I went all out this time. Paid for flood cover, excess buyback, did everything. But before that, I was looking for an insurance company that allowed me to pay by installments because the premium was considerable. And there was no one said, okay, you can come, that was AXA, but you have to have been a staff of GT for like 2 years or an existing customer, one thing. They are sure carrying me all bit more. We now look for a way to solve that issue. We found a way to do it. And it's called that a lot more people had it. So we said, just let's try. Let's see. Let's help some people around us. Let's just try it as an experiment. And that experiment became a business. We started seeing other verticals where we could start to digitize and sachetize insurance for people. And we know that we are fighting against the largest insurer in Africa, Blood of Jesus Incorporated. So, we had to look for ways to embed and push. And that experiment from a pain point has become a business, and we now have Mycover. Thank you.
Okay, so for me, I think I would like to start by asking why not, right? Why not insurance? Just by interacting with everyone in the room today, I've come to realize that everyone building, selling, working in the regulatory space, or you're an agent or a broker, there's something that is very common with everyone, and that is we all share personal experience when it comes to insurance. We can literally share our why, just like Mycover did. I know Mr. Miller. I don't know if you were around during his session. He mentioned something about his dad passing, and then they had to go through a tough time. But he's where he is right now. How he got here, only him can tell. But what you can see there is that insurance in itself is very, very important to everyone. And I know you just mentioned that you lost your dad quite early. Someone else mentioned the same thing earlier. I think Yeah, and she said that she typically she made money, let's just put it that way, she cashed out. While you don't want your loved one to like leave you, there is something that you can't take away, and that is the fact that you can't control risk. As hard and as much as you try, even your devices, you can say, oh, let me put screen guard, or let me not put screen guard, I'll be very, very careful, right? You can't tell when that phone or device will drop. And that also is for me, right? I remember during our demo day when we were announced by Techstars, and I remember a meeting happened before that announcement, and we were asked to share our founder story. And I remember telling them perhaps this is not the right time, and I also made a post on LinkedIn saying that just when I feel it's the right time, I will share my founder story when it comes to insurance. And I think for the benefit of everyone in the room, I would like to share that story. And the story is, I'm a product person. I got into tech when, if your parents see you around laptop, they'll just be like, so you want to join them, And you get this into an extent. By the way, I grew up in Yaba, if you know Yaba very well, yeah. So, but that didn't change. So I went ahead to study computer science in a technological school, and that again was driven by the idea of what you can do with technology. It was just amazing to see or understand the transformative power of technology. And having experienced that in school, I started building software to sell. I was literally making money building assignments for people, both people, my peers, people my seniors, and it was good, right? Because I studied practice engineering, so to say, and I think it was towards my final year, built a new learning platform for the school, but didn't really on Facebook, didn't leave the school, it stayed within the school. And after the e-learning platform, I went ahead to build an e-commerce product, which again here is still alive anyway, but not as big as Mycover.ai right now. And I remember in 2018, when my co-founder reached out to me to collaborate on a project, not an InsurTech product, by the way. And having worked on that product, and we launched the product and it was good, the partners sent in their testimonials and whatnot, I then sort of knew that he also was working on something else around InsurTech, but more for auto insurance. That was when I reached out and okay, what is going on here? And he explained everything to me. And I was amazed, and I will tell you why. So while in school, I lost my brother, who happened to be the first child in the family. And you know how it is in Nigeria, in Africa, so anyway, with black tax and someone being a breadwinner. And being a student, in 200 level and losing the very person who actually supported me going to school was very difficult, right? And I can't tell you all the things that happened within that short period of time. And this happened in 200 level, literally on my exam day. I just about to write the hardest maths in the school. By the way, if you're studying computer science in Nigeria, you're literally doing mathematics. Just wanted to put that out. And when I got the news, it was so unbearable. Not just the news, but the reality that you are going to have aftermath. And that is because this person was a breadwinner and he was taken out. Now, I have my insurance experience, but in this case now is the flip side. Now, imagine this person having a life insurance. I'm 100% sure that I wouldn't have gone through some of the things I went through while being a student. So getting in contact with insurance was wow, something like this exists. Right, and it was amazing to behold. Like I told my colleague earlier, that just thinking about the future of insurance, you get lost because it's just so amazing, and just to take more of our time really it became clear to me that I wanted to do this. Why? Because I know there are a couple of other people who are like going to like go through the same thing I went through if something is not done about it. And for me, I realized that I didn't have insurance then, not because it wasn't good, but it was because of information.
Awareness.
Yeah, awareness. You can be aware of something, but not really pay attention.
Yeah.
I mean, you'll find a couple of people working in companies where they have health insurance, but they don't know what insurance is. You know, and that for me is what keeps me going to ensure that everyone gets access to insurance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, YOA Health, I would skip you on that question and I'll revamp a question for you because you are not the founders. So, I want, because the founder knows the pain point. I will go straight to Buluwatife. Can you hear me?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
All right. Yeah, so the story is pretty simple. I started out on campus building out the business called Tab. And at Tab, I used to fix and sell electronics for students on campuses. And it was really lucrative, you know. I was making money on campus. I was one of those boys that people considered entrepreneurial. But I found out I was really solving one of two problems. So if you look at the market, you know, the market is over 5 million smartphones and computers. If I ask, or if you take statistics of how many smartphones and laptops are in that room now, there are probably more smartphones and laptops and humans, you know, in the room where this event is happening. You know, I will be connected to this conference. I'm currently in Nairobi, by the way. I will be connected to this conference if I have a broken device or a broken smartphone, you know. And a lot of all these things would not be happening. So it just shows you how important these devices are. So but that's particular problems that you typically experience with smartphones and computers. You know, so when they break or they go missing, one is unnecessarily difficult to fix or replace. You know, unnecessarily difficult to fix. If you're in Lagos, for example, Apple does not have a genius buy in Lagos. Apple does not have a genius buy in Abuja. You know, Apple does not have a genius buy in Nairobi. You know, your left it's computer village boys. You know, sometimes inconsistent, lack transparency and all those things. So that's the first piece of problem. And the second side to the problem is it's unnecessarily expensive to fix these devices. You spend somewhere between 30 to 100% of your device value. And if you are paying in Naira, you know, you potentially spend more than 100%. Because imagine you buy a device for $1,000 at 600 Naira per dollar, and then by the time you want to replace it, it's going to like 700 or 800. So it didn't make sense. So my former business was solving one part of the problem, which was helping people fix their devices when it breaks. You know, but the second piece, which was around, you know, the unnecessary costs involved in fixing devices, you know, that was where I knew that a product had to exist in the market, which never existed. In the US, we have products like Apple Care Plus, you know, really available such that when people break their devices, they're not scampering around, you know, to find money to fix it. You know, in the US, when you buy your smartphone with your American Express card, it comes automatically embedded with insurance. You know, so when it gets broken or when it gets stolen, you know, you are covered. But things like that don't exist in the market. And that's why we started, you know, spoke to my partners. One of my partners, Temi had spent about 2 decades in insurance. She had been head of retail insurance at both Mutual Benefit, Mutual Exchange, you know, and I spoke to my third co-founder, to super smart technology guy, you know, we decided to launch Gamp. Yeah, that's our story.
Awesome. So if you listen to them clearly, you would hear that they saw a pain point. Basically, everybody's saying the same thing, but it's all ended towards just one particular perspective. They saw a pain point, either they got affected personally or someone close to them got affected. So I want to ask a question to the YOA Health representative. No, I'm a representative of the company too. So we are all together. We are not founders. So, sorry. Okay, my question is around product adoption. So I know health insurance is meant to be the biggest thing. I was a PM for a startup for a while, And I can tell you for sure that there was a health products. We had health products, and adoption rate is crazy. So how do you solve the different customer segmentation? I know people think that because it is kind of micro, it is they look at only affordability as a yardstick. So I want to know, how is YOA Health trying to solve the different customer segmentation with respect to the woman in the street literally selling tomato that doesn't understand English, and what are the different ways, the different models that are in place to ensure that there's a product fit for each of these customer segmentation? I don't know if you get my question.
Yeah, I'll try. Okay, so like it has been alluded, Blood of Jesus is like our biggest competition, right? Everywhere you go, the market woman you're talking about, when you talk to them, I mean Lagos, so you hear something like, oh, magic, you're sick, I don't get sick and all of that, right? So for us, it's been a constant challenge, but we've come to understand something. Interestingly, at the microinsurance level, our biggest margin for subscribers would actually be small businesses, right? Small businesses, because they see it as an opportunity to be able to create value for their employees and be able to compete with the bigger businesses, right? So what we have done is to not just push affordability, like you said, because for the, I don't know if the word is elite, right? For those people who are above the B and C socioeconomic status, we have a plan that goes for 600 naira, right? And there's, what can this plan do for them? But interestingly, we've come to exist as a result of data that we've had access to. So we do what is called pharmacy benefits management, and AXA will be one of our biggest partners on this, right? So we help provide what we call fulfillment to clients of these HMOs, right? We are connected with the Association of Community Pharmacists that gives us access to over 2,000 of them. So what that means is that when you have a client who wants to access medication, you reach out to us and we connect you to the closest pharmacy. In the course of doing that, we realize that a lot of the claims that come on are usually around malaria, typhoid, cold, cough. So you go to the hospital, you cure, you burn man hours just to treat malaria, and the bill comes out and you're like, what's going on? Right? So that's how YOA Health actually came to exist in the InsurTech space. Like, okay, why don't we satirize this and say, okay, since all of your problems within a year would usually be around malaria and typhoid, let's create a malaria plan, right? And that's 600 naira, you can be able to access test and treatment for malaria. Test important because we do that, we emphasize on that with our pharmacy partners. You get tested, you get treated, right? So for that level of elite customers, we were able to say that we save you costs because we're going to save you the time you would spend at the hospital and all of that. That has seen a significant rise. For those at the BCD socioeconomic status, they're even more difficult to deal with because they have a health-seeking behavior that is not necessarily attuned to what we want them to do. They'd rather talk to anti-nurse and Iyalagbo and all that not. It is very difficult to get them out of that culture. So again, that's where our community pharmacy partnership comes in. So over time, with government regulation, people are now beginning to, and all the scare stories of how someone drank and died, it's really helping, right? So people are now changing perspectives. So okay, let me go to Oga Pharmacy, Madam Pharmacy. So the pharmacies play a very critical role for adoption for us at that level within the community, helping people to be able to key. They have also looked at redistribution in such a way that we created something in the form of a recharge card, because we're also looking at how to get people to embrace this. So you buy 600 naira, you have your card in your hand, because unlike conventional health insurance, we can't give you those fancy cards and all of that. Expensive. Of course, yes. So we've come up with something that works like a recharge card, something you can hold, you tie your USSD code on your phone, you can self-activate, and that really, this year, that saw us add over 15,000 new subscribers as a result of that. So I think that method is helping us with the people in the BCD socioeconomic status. That's how we've been able to.
That's good numbers. That's good numbers. Okay, one more last questions, and I'll throw it to the house if there are any questions. So I'll start with the integrator, which is Mycover.ai. they basically integrated, just for context, they've integrated most insurance companies and they just do the analysis. So for everyone that is a tech bro or tech sis, I just want to have clearer understanding because I know that your biggest problem would be collaborations with the insurance company, whether you like it or not, I know. So how do you solve the API failures? How do you solve the getting requirements from these stakeholders? What was the journey like? And if you had to advise another founder that's interested in being your competitor, so what will you say the person should look at, basically? I'm not interested, I'm just telling you for other people. Thank you.
Okay. I think I will start by saying that you are playing or you want to go into a space that not many people understand. Yeah. So rather than looking out for competitors, I think you should look out for collaborators, right? And again, if you look at our business model, we are typically trying to solve a problem that exists, but not many people know that it exists. You have about 54 plus there are about insurance companies in Nigeria, and you still hear the numbers of we have less than 1% penetration. That is not because you don't have insurance companies. Yeah. That is because Mr. James today can buy insurance from ASA, accumulate claims, and then ASA decides to say, okay, no, we need to do the right thing. You are high risk. We have to price you at a higher rate, and then the person is like, no, I'm not going to give you that money, and then the person decides to go to another company like Libre to spend the same amount of money and then starts all over. That same person can go to another insurance company and the cycle continues, right? For me, the only way to solve that problem is to collaborate as much as possible and build data points that you can leverage when you want to make a decision, right? And good business, you want to see literally everyone as collaborators. Can I use this? Let me use this. All right. Perfect. All right, so yes, you need to have the mindset, like I said earlier, you're going into a space where not many people understand what is going on there. So you need to look out for partnerships, collaborators. Case in point, we have wonderful partners. It's one thing to go to... Your partners are wonderful. All of them, actually. And I'm not here to...
I saw your app. Sorry, okay, this one.
Okay.
I'm also wondering because when you say all your partners are wonderful, you're already making the industry
very good.
matured.
Okay.
You're not even matured.
Okay.
And data shows me.
No, it's not matured yet.
Matured.
Okay. So I think there's a thin line between saying things matured and working. When I say they are wonderful, it means that they actually are putting in the work and the effort to make things work, right? And imagine playing in a space where you're literally trying to bring the solution, but you don't have the enabling environment to help you drive. But what I'm saying here is that the guys that we have are actually ready to have a sit down with you and help you make things work. So for me, if you're going to start up another InsurTech company like ours, and you want to have about 58 players running through the Hello. Hello. Technology for him. Yes, another thing, when you're building out your technology, just ensure it works. Right. So yeah, to my point, you can't see the people who are coming to help us competitors. They are literally there to collaborate. So short answer, try to collaborate and partner as much as possible. That for me is like the way forward.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If you hear him clearly, I literally know that those issues are normal, but at least the time I spent doing business analysis and product management, I can tell you clearly that nobody wants to collaborate in my industry very fast. They don't want to openly say, come, I want you. But we know we are getting better. That's why we have InsurTechs. Okay, I would ask a question to Bol, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. I think
can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, this is better.
Okay, thank you very much.
You are saying the person feels it usually just happens. So it comes up in that conversation, right? For those who have experienced the transparency of our service, they usually don't want to find themselves in a position where claims are hampered, right? But one area we know that fraud had actually come up would be in our hospital cash situation where we use the cashback reimbursement model, right? Okay, yeah. So somebody now comes and says, I've gone to the hospital, but they forget that we work with other third-party partners to be able to verify your hospital, your doctor is board certified and all that. In my experience at YOA Health so far, we've only had one of such claim, and that claim was...
You have a very good customer base then.
We do, actually.
I agree.
We do that. You know, when you deal with micro insurance and people just feel like it's too small to be doing mago, let's just go and get the treatment. No. I'm saying because I oftentimes will interact with the customers, and they're just like, let's just go. But like I said, where we really have had that issue would be with the hospital cash, right? Because it's money for going to the hospital. What if I don't go? And I'm supposed to just send receipts. So people just think I'm supposed to just send receipts and all of that, and voila, you get paid. But there's a whole lot of verification that goes into checking that, okay, what did you get tested for? What did you get treated for? You have to be on admission and all that, right? Because you have to have stayed in hospital for a minimum of 2 nights to qualify for that, right? So you begin to see the flaws and you're immediately bounced, right?
Thank you very much. So we just have one more question, and anybody that has any question can just quickly signify. Okay. The last question is to our founder, Mywa. Mywa, I looked at your products, and I'm actually a product guy too. So I literally looked at everything, and I feel like the best person to sell their product is the founder. So I would say, in the context of value proposition, can you sell your product to us in the next 2 minutes? So what makes it distinctive, and what are you doing that competitors are not doing, or what are you doing that competitors cannot meet up with?
So number one, just give me your money. Simple. That's the honest truth. In Nigeria and most of Africa, insurance is sold, it is not bought. I cannot convince anybody here to buy, and that's the truth. But I can offer you value. I will tell you that if you take a bus trip with one of my partners, I will give you insurance. I tell you that if you buy your electricity from one of my vendors, I will cover you in case anything happens. If you use a internet service provider that's our partner, if they rob you, I will give you insurance. If your router gets burnt, I will replace it. If you have to leave your house because maybe an act of God, something happens, I'll pay for hotel for you 2 nights. Just come and work with me. And if you do your car insurance with me, I can allow you pay per week, per month, per quarter. And if you change your car, I would move the balance to the new car. And I can even help you sell your car and get a new car. Simple. Just come and work with me. I'm not selling you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So because of time, we might have to ask the questions later. So thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, just collect. Just the questions. Yeah, ushers around. Just write the questions down, and we'll send it to the appropriate people. Sure. Thank you very much. Please, can you clap for them? Oh, you need to take a picture. Okay, with Amy. Don't go off. Don't take away your video. We can see you. Mr. Gadget. Okay. Yeah, so we can take a picture with him. Am I meant to be in it? Yeah.
We need a witness now.
Okay, awesome. Bro.
Okay, right. Yeah, before you leave, I mean, just want to say thank you, for being a part of this, for sharing as much as you did, Mr. YOA Olabi, pioneering the space, doing some incredible. He has been in this space for a long while. He's just doing. See that he just said bring your money. But yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is from us. Just thank you. Thank you. All right, thank you. All right, yeah, Wella Health rep, Abi. All right, yeah, thank you very much. I mean, Wella Health is doing amazing stuff within the micro health space. Yeah, so thank you for standing in for Dr. Neto. Well done. And yes, they are connected to everybody in the industry, Abby. Yes, so Mr. Alex, co-founder at Mycover.ai. Thank you very much for sharing as much as you did. We need more and more people like you. Let's push and see how the space can grow. Thank you. Thank you. Please let's clap for everyone. Yes, and next we'll be having one of our partners. We'll be having one of our partners. Bolu. Yes, we are. Since you are not here physically, we will DHL your own. Thank you guys very much for joining us. Thanks for sharing. Yes, thank you. Yes. So we'll be having one of our partners share with us what they do. Lami. Lami is an InsurTech based out of Kenya. Yes. Yes, Lami is an InsurTech based in Kenya, but I mean they are making inroads into Nigeria. And Waitera Thinguri is going to be sharing with us some of the things that they are doing in that space and what they are looking to bring to the Nigerian market. Waitera is joining us virtually. And hi, Waitera, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Awesome. Yes. So just before Waitera goes on, while the previous panel was going on, one of your leading players within the insurance industry came in. She's the DG of Nigerian Insurers Association. Yes, it's yesterday, Lori. Yes, thank you very much, ma. So one thing that I can tell you for free is that there's intention, right, from the leadership of the industry in terms of InsurTech. And this is testament to some of the people that you have seen in this space. And just like I mentioned, when I was speaking earlier, this is a testament to that intention, and then also what is to come. Yeah, so thank you very much. Thank you, ma. Welcome, ma. Waitera, take it away.
Thank you. Just waiting for access so I'm able to share my screen. I think you should be able to see my screen now.
Yes, we can see your screen.
All right, thank you for that. So I think I tried to dial in a little earlier, but I wasn't able to due to internet connections. I'll briefly introduce myself and introduce Lami to today. My name is Rydera. I head business at Lami for East and West Africa. As the speaker just said, we are market, and so very keen to understand the complexities that other businesses in the same space as us are facing. So happy to be here. Thank you for the invite. Let me know if you have any questions through the presentation. So I think as every other person before us has said, our vision is very clear: to increase insurance access by making it more affordable and accessible. What we are trying to leverage on is new technology to make sure that Africans have economic security through embedded insurance. Lami essentially means, paving the road to insurance for all Africans. It's a Swahili term that we hope Nigerians will soon pick up. So a lot of times you get asked, what is your value proposition? And I've had, a few people ask this in the session today. One thing that we are very well known for in the market is that we're able to customize products. What we've been able to do in the last 2 years in the space is essentially work with about 25 underwriters to create products that are meaningful to the end user. I mean, embedded insurance is only, usable when the person at the end of the value chain actually understands the importance of that product, but also it makes sense for their day-to-day needs. I mean, traditionally we had home insurance and you could insure your whole household. But the reality is a lot of Africans do not actually have the need to insure all of their households. Sometimes your mattress is the one thing that means so much. Sometimes it's your device, like someone just said before me. The idea here is you're able to actually customize products that make sense for the end user. We also work with multiple insurance companies, underwriters who carry risk, as well as reinsurers, making us an insurance marketplace. What that essentially means that through technology, we are able to combine various products from different underwriters to create the most value. One person just talked about Hospicash right now. I mean, Hospicash is a product that essentially checks in when you've been in hospital for a few days and it gives you a cash payout. Wouldn't it be great if you could actually have the money to get admitted into hospital and use your insurance instead of using your cash? So basically, what we're able to do is combine, like a medical product to the Hospicash product, allowing you to get the best of both worlds. Because when you think about it, a Hospicash product only kicks in when you've already been admitted. In our, local market, you only get admitted after you've paid for admission fees, you've paid for doctor fees, for medication, bed fees, and all that. And sometimes you actually do not have that spend. So we are curating products that cost about $10 a month to make sure that you're able to actually utilize those additional smaller life products that, give you some financial security. Again, we are a digital platform. What this essentially means is that you're able to onboard and you're able to also file claims on the same platform. You go in, you're essentially maybe buying a micro health product. You're able to compare against various underwriters, select a quotation that makes sense to you and speaks to your needs, process your payment, and then eventually have your policy documents shared with you. And in the event of a claim, you're able to utilize the same platform to raise the claims and have the claim settlement done online, as well as flexible payments. We work with various underwriters to essentially create a scenario where your payments are broken down in a meaningful way. I think one of the major problems within the insurance space is that you can actually you can pay the first installment of a product, and sometimes you need 3-4 installments so that you're able to utilize that product. I think we know that insurance is cash and carry, and sometimes that's actually problematic because you want to have the product, you can afford a portion of the product, but you cannot utilize it until the product is fully paid. So using data, we're able to leverage underwriters to create products that can be used. For lack of a better word, it's products that can be used. How we essentially work is we work with aggregators to identify the gaps in the solution and their value chain. Then we go through the seamless onboarding process that essentially focuses on the customer journey and what is important for the customer. I guess the bigger question I think that a lot of founders have addressed today is, are we designing products for people or are we designing products for insurance companies? Lami is trying to position and is actively positioning itself with the customer as opposed to the insurance company. Insurance companies, I think, are one of the oldest businesses in the marketplace. I think the first insurance policy in Kenya was sold in 1807, thereabouts. And not a lot has changed since then. And so what we're trying to do is make sure that the onboarding process is designed essentially for the customer. How easy is it for you to upload your KYC documentation? How easy is it for you to complete your payments through, payment channels that are acceptable in your particular market? In Kenya, mobile money is one of the biggest channels of financial payments. And so those are things that we incorporate. When it comes to claims processing, do you actually want to interact with a human being or do you want to complete your process online? And, this is different depending on, the tiers that you look at. If you look at the middle income earner, they would rather, complete the whole process online. They have a smartphone, they're tech savvy, and it's not problematic for them. When you look at the low income earner, they're very concerned about the money they spend. There is already mistrust in the insurance space. And so you find a lot of times they need that human connection. And so we leverage on all that information to create a journey that works for both us and underwriters as well as the customers we're working with. We also really heavily rely on member education and training. I think one of the founders that went before me mentioned how, one of the things that riddles the insurance space is essentially mistrust. How do you sell insurance to someone that has consistently purchased insurance for it only to not pay out in the end? I think when you look at Kenya, when you look at Nigeria, you know that third-party insurance is the statutory product. You're required to have third-party. I mean, if you don't have third party, then essentially you shouldn't be on the road. But even with that third party and the benefits that come with that, you find that most of the people on the road are, consistently harassed by police because insurance kicks in and they catch you on a technicality. This or that, your bike probably it doesn't have enough oil, or your number plate, your driving license is outdated, or your policy expired, just this morning, and essentially you're left exposed. So we do try to focus on member education to get as many people, cognizant of what products are being offered, and open expand the bottleneck when it comes to transparency. So I think, as everyone has come before me has said, technology is, the core of an InsurTech company. We leverage technology. We work with API integrations with our partners to make sure that there's a seamless and continuous passing of information between our business and the customer's business as well as the underwriter. We digitize the whole insurance process, making sure that policies begin at the point of need and end at the point of need as well. I think what we've also learned in the market is that embedded distribution solutions could also be anything outside of APIs. You find that a lot of the businesses that work in this space at the moment claim to be tech enabled, but the reality is everyone is really focused on building their own technology. And so what Lami is trying to do is also position itself to work for legacy businesses, people who have traditionally not been able to access insurance. And how we're doing that is also leveraging on minimal code integrations that allow us to service even the least tech-enabled organizations. Some of the focus we have is in the BNPL space. We're able to issue loans at the beginning of, as soon as a loan is disbursed, we're able to embed a credit solution that covers all the way from credit life all the way to default. And the idea here is that, it's minimum lift for the disbursement business, for the BNPL partner, as well as the person on the other end of the value chain, also with consideration of moral hazard. So as I mentioned, one of the no-code solutions that we have is an opt-in distribution model, which essentially means that, you're able to use a link to sign up and purchase an insurance product and still utilize that link in the event that you have a claim. We do also focus on electronic insurance covers. And that's essentially about what we've been able to do. We're keen on the Nigerian market as well, pushing the same products. I think the narrative remains the same, making insurance accessible and affordable for all. Yeah, any questions?
Thank you, right there. Please, can we give a round of applause for that? Thank you very much for that. Yes, like she mentioned, Lami is coming into this space, and I'm sure that it can only be, for the better of the space. Do we have any questions for Lami or for Waithera at this moment? Any questions? Any comments? Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Waithera. If there are any questions during the program, we'll definitely, share that with you, and you can answer them. Thank you very much. We really appreciate you joining. We missed hearing from you during the first panel, but we're happy that it was all sorted this time. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. So next on our agenda is another roundtable session. So this roundtable session is sponsored by one of our partners, Curacel, and the focus of this discussion is going to be using technology to curb fraud, waste, and abuse in insurance. And it will be interesting to see how Curacel is doing that, and they have a number of interesting speakers who will be joining this conversation physically and virtually. But it's not my own. This job is above my pay grade. So let me call the person who will be doing this, Peter Adeyemi, COO at Curacel.
Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for staying this long. I know this has gone on for a bit. Okay, so in a jiffy, I'll just invite our physical, our panel, one of our panel member that is here physically, Mr. Ekerete. Please come up to stage. Two others will be joining us virtually. I have Dr. Kulud, who is online, and then Steve Kaluna, who is also online. So I want to be sure they're online. Please, can you show the Zoom so we can see them? But maybe while we wait for them, Mr. Ekerete, do you want to introduce yourself so we get to meet you and before we dive into the session?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Dr. Kulud.
Okay.
Yeah, please go ahead, Mr. Ekerete.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for this opportunity to be here. My name is Ekerete Olagamikon. I work for the insurance industry in Nigeria, and I've had the privilege of working with different insurance brands, and I'm always happy to look back and appreciate that a lot has been done over the years, but a lot more still needs to be done. So I believe that if there was no InsurTech, for example, for me personally, I probably would have been doing something else apart from insurance. So I'm happy to be here. Thanks. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. Thank you so much. Dr. Kulud, can you also introduce yourself to the house?
Yes.
Please introduce yourself.
Yes. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. You can go on and introduce yourself.
I can't hear you.
I can hear you. I can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yes.
Dr. Kulur, can you hear us?
I can't hear you.
Okay, please go ahead and introduce yourself.
What?
Oh, we're back. Okay. I doubt. Okay, maybe we can just go ahead while this gets set up back. And Dr. Kulur, can you hear us? Maybe while we wait to get her back, we can just get kick-started because of time. Yeah, Mr. Kiriti. So, again, the topic is using technology to curb fraud, waste, and abuse. But maybe we'll do definitions first. So, to you, and maybe because you have been in the industry for a while, what do you think is the definition for fraud, waste, and abuse?
Are we talking about the English definition now, or the insurance definition, so that I know?
Okay, because it's an insurance setting. So yeah,
I think if we are talking about the simple definition of fraud, it's just what one does in an attempt to disrupt a system and enjoy some financial personal gains. That's what fraud is.
Hello?
You can hear me. So, what is waste? I mean, waste is basically doing things not in the right way, but in ways that it becomes
for people online.
Okay, so waste is doing things. Effective. If there is a rule in place that you should engage your customers in a certain way, and you decide to engage the customer in your own way, and I mean the end is what matters at the end of the day. So if the end is assessed and it covers that the process through which you engage the customer costs the company a lot more than the company would have budgeted, then you have created a situation of waste. What's the other one? Abuse, right? Abuse is simply, I mean, we all know what it means. Let me put it that way. But in terms of the conversation that we're having today, abuse would then be something that we have done, just to mess up the system. Let me use that word so that we all understand. Mess up the system in such a way that what should have worked is not working. And it's always intentional. And when that happens, you can't even begin to measure the cost, in terms of what you've lost. So those are the definitions, and then we can have the conversation.
Right. I like that you also dive deep into separating them and not just lumping them together as one.
Oh yes, because they are not the same.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. So in Nigeria, right, in the insurance industry generally, how big do you think the problem of FW, if I can just shorten it down, is to the insurance industry?
Okay, I think this might probably be the biggest unseen cost in the insurance industry. And I say unseen because the insurance companies that get defrauded don't even talk about it. They don't want you to know that they've been defrauded. The issue of, sorry, I still have to separate it so that we all understand. Sometimes these acronyms could be a problem. I think there was a problem earlier today when somebody said FSP, and then we're all wondering. So with waste, you can just begin to imagine how insurance companies operate. We still have a lot of things that we do manually. And then recall how we defined waste. Then you will know that the reason for which some of the insurance companies are not effective and efficient is just because we are doing a lot of things manually, and it costs us a lot of time, and we end up losing money. I mean, I give you an example. Why are some insurance companies always on the list of companies that are made to pay fine by the stock exchange? Check. It can't be far from the issue of waste. Because really, you know when you are meant to submit this report, and so why don't you just begin to do it correctly? And there are some insurance companies that have become notorious for that. They are always on that list. And then you wonder, what are the shareholders doing? What are the people that are charged to take responsibility for that doing? Because they can't find you 1 year, find you the next year, and find you again. Somebody has to pay for it, and that doesn't also happen. The issue of abuse is also something that we can't say too much about because we don't know. But you would recall that I think it was last year that we had issues in the fintech space or in the tech space generally, where people came out and talked about abuse at work and things like that, and mentioned names of people that had, put them through different abuses and all of that. Not in the insurance industry. We are still very coded in the way we do things, so you can't hear too much of that. All right? You are in an industry where, I was telling somebody today, if you try to jump out of the bottle, somebody will drag you back. I say, hey, where are you going? We are all here together, So we're not there yet, but like somebody would like us to say, we are trying. All right? So for me, those are the issues you find. But importantly, I want to say that with fraud, if we're not saying it, it's like banks. Banks have big issues with cybersecurity, cybercrime is happening. When you hear banks say, oh, my system was down for 2 days, it has been hacked. That's the truth of the matter. And they are trying to fix it. They are trying to even pay ransom to those who hacked it, and all of that is going on. And you wouldn't know. So for a business like insurance, sometimes it will seem like the fraud has not even started. And when you check, you discover that sometimes we are the ones who create the opportunity for fraudulent situations. For motor insurance, for example, you call a customer now and you say you want to buy insurance. And the two questions you ask the guy is, what's the value of the car? And he will tell you, and then you say your premium is 300,000. We'll send the account details. He sends the money before you start doing KYC and all of that. And then a claim comes and you start finding out that the guy is not living where he said he was living, and all those things happen, and then you start struggling with the claim and say you will not pay the claim because the guy did not say this. But you created the situation for the fraudulent actions to happen. So some of these things are things that we need to take care of. And then, of course, we'll come to the point of how do we use technology to do that?
I like the last question because it looks like our technology has failed us. So we might have to turn this to a chat, so I'll just come sit beside you.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool. And then the point you made before that one was auto insurance, so car insurance. And I can think of a lot of use cases because we have also talked to like a lot of insurers in Nigeria and maybe other countries in Africa. And so it's funny because like the lens people go through to actually come up with fraud, they can actually direct that energy to actually productive things. They will actually make a lot of money as well. Because you see people who take up like multiple insurances, so your accident side, your leadway, the same car, but then they get insurance from 3 of them, and so that they can make claim from 3 of them as well, So there are lots of use cases. There's collision with the agents that come to even check the car. Some people even deliberately, cause the havoc and cause the accident so they can make a claim and all of that. So my question
to you, or maybe one thing I would love for us to maybe understand further is how do you think we can go about, because again, there's no end to the number of fraud cases, right? So if you were chanced, what was one solution, or what are a couple of solutions that you put in place to try to curb this in its entirety?
Okay, so I think earlier in the day somebody said we are selling insurance, or we're doing insurance the way we did it 100 years ago, right? So I'm happy the NIA chairman is here. Years ago, we used to have something in NIA called what's it called now? Consult the lead. Thank you. Consult the lead meant that if someone came to you to place a business, and you want to know much about that business before you accept to do it, that consult the lead meant that you needed to consult the company that was on that account to know the status of that account before you go on cover. But we always excuse the fact that competition, has put everything in front of us, so just accept it, whatever rate. The person will say, oh, somebody has given me a rate of 2%. Meanwhile, there's nobody. The guy is just sitting down and telling you that story. And then you say, oh, okay, if somebody has given you 2%, then maybe I can give you 1.5%. And it goes on like that. So that's how we've gotten here. And so it just might be good for, I think it's really the NIA. I know they have challenges with calling some people who are indisciplined, and I'm sorry, I don't have any apologies for this. There are some insurance companies that are just indisciplined. They will not accept what, as a group, we have agreed to do, So you say this business should be at this rate. Look at what is happening. Fire rating has come out. We have all agreed it should be at this rate. We all sat down and agreed. And yet, we are doing different things, So the issue of fraud is somebody's business. Fraud is a business. So it's always looking for an opportunity that you have left, a gap that you have left to plug in. And that's why that issue of indiscipline, you take a business that you are not sure of how you will pay the claim. If it happens. That's where it starts from. And then you become fraudulent in the way you address that issue with the customer when it comes up. Some insurance companies have engaged people with the expertise to decline claims. So whatever language you come up with, they have a language that they will tell you not to pay that claim. Instead of spending time and understanding that the claims that we are talking about are the things that move the market. So we are spending time to check, how not to pay the claims, and then we want to remain in business. So I tell you a case that happened years ago. Not too many people in this room might be privileged to know. A particular life policy holder had a terminal disease. All right? And he went around and had insurance cover with 10 insurance companies. Yes. And then he had a terminal disease. And how did he die? He drove his car, the car hit a tree, and he died. So they now went around, the wife and the lawyer started the journey of going from one insurance company to say, come and pay the claim. This was like 3 days after the man had died. So it was when they went around, trying to get claims paid. One insurance company had fallen victim to it already and paid a claim of 10 million, right? But when they went around, they kept, how it is. Well, we just paid one claim, the man died, and we didn't even know. Because you are the insurance company that sends the client to a particular hospital to do medical examination, right? So that hospital was also complicit. But the insurance companies didn't know. So when it was time to pay this claim, as God will have it, like some insurance companies came for an event, like somebody was saying, we just paid claims to the clients. Another person said, we have a client that we are going to pay claims to. And he said, it's the same client that we paid claim to. It's the same. So like 4 or 5 insurance companies were saying, it's our client also, it's our client also. That's when they stopped and said, let's check. And they checked and discovered that it was fraud. And then, you know how it is. You now have to engage a SAN, a lawyer, to go around and make sure that other insurance companies do not pay, and the issue goes like that. But there are still a lot that is happening. Sometimes when you get business from a broker also, you don't know how much due diligence has been done on the customer. You know, you accept because he's a reputable broker, but something goes wrong. And of course, you don't want to blame the broker because you want the next business. However, it's in front of you to deal with it. And you begin to talk about ex-gratia and all of those kind of things. So I'm just saying that the one solution, like you asked, we no longer trust ourselves, right? It's technology that we trust. Because you can enter a car, you don't know the driver, you don't know where it's taking you to, and then you have the app, and the app is informing your relative how it goes. So that's why we are here. We have to go back to technology. What kind of technology should we put in place to ensure that fraud is minimized? We can't take fraud out of insurance. That's my view. We can't eliminate fraud. We can only minimize it as much as possible. You know, it's just like saying that you are online and you say nobody will hack it's a matter of time. If they've not come to you yet, thank God. But they are on their way to you. So that's the way it is with fraud in insurance. So too many different experiences. But I'm not sure also that we are building the data on fraud to be able to report it and address it from an industry standpoint. It would be nice to have that. And technology is what will help us do that. I don't know if any of the tech companies, you know, have maybe like Curacel has a way of, the interesting thing is that from my interacting with Curacel, I know that they have what I can call fraud-proof systems, that they built for their clients. But I don't know how that can be extended to the industry in such a way that we will not only have that technology to capture the fraud, but to then be able to, take reports that we can use. Because sometimes these fraudsters, when their cases are reported, either directly or indirectly, they will also know that somebody is watching. But when you are not reporting it, they default the one person, before the next person, nobody is talking. And they just go around. It's like somebody that is held at gunpoint shouldn't talk, and it won't help our industry.
Thank you very much. So if I can maybe summarize some of the things you said. You talked about the regulators' role, talked about, again, the role of technologies for why we're having this challenge in the first place. You talked about, consideration of competitors. But one thing that also crossed my mind as you were talking is most insurance companies also want to do like what I can call economic consideration. So you know that if the client is actually defrauding you, again, like you said, maybe you know that the broker's deal doesn't really make sense and all of that, but you want to go along with it because that's where your next business is coming from. We have health insurers who they know that this hospital is submitting fraudulent claims, but they still keep working with them because you also want them to keep servicing your clients. So I wonder if you have some insight into how you think this deeply affects the industry as a whole, having to do one or two considerations here and there. Does it not keep entrenching the fact that people can go on and continue the fraud and co that they do?
So if I understand you, it's a case of taking responsibility, and trying to find a good way of addressing this issue so that it doesn't occur now and occur again and then we are just watching, all right? So that's where the regulators come in. So NICOM has done a great job of having a portal, all right? I because of where I am, I haven't tested it to know what kind of results will come out in terms of what we're discussing, fraud. But the platform is there, for example, and I think if it's not there, then it should be added that, companies can report on, even suspicious transactions. All right? So somebody says, I have a building to insure, and it's in this part of town, and if you have any suspicion that is not what it says it is, it can become part of your report. Some of us almost run into the hands of what do we call those guys? Not kidnappers, though. The ones that take your human parts and in this same Lagos, somebody said, okay, my office is on Allen Avenue. So when we go to Allen Avenue, he said, what I want to insure is in what's that part of Lagos where you have these waterworks? Iju. So he said the property he wants to insure is Iju. We got to the place and then we didn't quite see a property that was worth what they were saying. And my colleague said to me that where he comes from in Nigeria is very far from Lagos. That he is gone if I'm still going to be around to inspect this thing. So that already was a suspicious transaction. But it's marketing that you are doing. So you just take it for granted I've escaped. You don't know how many people have gone there and did not come back. But the point I'm trying to make here is that we should start from there and let a company, companies have gone through these experiences. They've had people who have gone to hide their property and say there was a claim, especially with car, and then you discovered it, you followed up with the guy. I remember when I was working with one organization, I think I can mention Cornerstone, we had a situation like that. A very prominent Nigerian, it's in the entertainment industry. He came and did householders and motor insurance, and he said his car was burnt, and all of that happened. But at the end of the day, the point is that he was clearly attempting to defraud the company. And it was in the news, carrying in the newspaper and all of that. And we said to him that we're going to take you to jail, because when we report this, and that's what it will translate to. So at the end of the day, he had to come in and beg, and all of that happened. But I'm just making the point that there is already a platform where this can be reported if another field is created, so that we can begin to build. In insurance, we like to build experience and build data, right? So, and report it and let people be aware of it, So that's the way it is.
Thank you. At Curacel, right, one of the things we have seen from working with a lot of different insurers and, learning about how they are dealing with these cases of fraud is that, again, like I mentioned earlier, there are a lot of use cases, right? So some even happen before the claim is submitted. Some happen as soon as the enrollee walks into the hospital. So there are just a lot of use cases. And what we have done is to try to deploy technology to capture it at every point. So, for example, if AXA Mansard is on the Curacel platform and you have AXA Mansard insurance and you go to the hospital, at the point where you're even entering the hospital, we start trying to ensure that there's no fraudulent activity. So what we do is we deploy a technology called the OTP technology to check you in. So you get to the front desk, you are checked in, which ensures that the hospital is not able to submit what we call ghost enrollee claims. Yep. So, some hospitals do it. You can just go to January and pull out claims from January and resubmit in June because they just need money, right? And then it continues throughout so there's something they call pre-authorization in health insurance. Again, that process will also inform the insured to say that this hospital is requesting for pre-authorization on your behalf. So they are aware. So if I suddenly get that text message, I can call the insurance company and no, I did not request any pre-authorization. You understand? Again,
when a claim is submitted, they also get a text message that says a claim was submitted for you, confirm. So another use case is that hospitals can just decide to, hospital gave me 10 paracetamol, but they can decide to put 30. So they pad it up, they overbloat the claim so they can get more money. Again, we let the enrollee confirm that they actually got the exact number of items. So like different ways like that. Which kind of leads to my next question and maybe the last one. How should we be looking at deploying this technology? Should they be fully focused on maybe preventive or maybe even detective, like some of the things that we do across the industry? So maybe the experience we fully have is health. Maybe from your experience, the other parts, life and all the other parts of insurance. How do you think the technology should be deployed?
Okay, great. As you were talking, I was already thinking that, okay, so what you do currently in Curacel is a bit of the combination of preventive and detective. A lot of what happens on this other side is detective. We wait for you to report a claim, all right? And we react to the claim that you reported. We often don't anticipate it because we don't have, again, it comes to the issue of technology to do that. Look at car insurance, for example. If I use technology to monitor how you use your car and all of that, by the time you are coming to make a claim, I will know where your car was the last time. So when you say the car is stolen, okay, you were driving the car on Island Avenue now, so what happened? At what point was the car stolen? You understand? So what you've done in the health sector is also a lot more preventive. I would think following up with what you've done, we need to be a bit more proactive, if we have to reduce the issues of fraud, waste, and abuse, which in insurance is usually reflected in the claims issues and how the organizations are managed. So yes, it should be a lot more preventive, and the technology to do that is available. AI, you can almost predict what the guy is going to do next. So, but the question comes back to, we've not been doing it that way. Somebody said to us here in the morning that an insurance company said, I don't need an actuary. Yeah, because he's been living his life without an actuary. But was that cost effective? Was that, according to global standards? So those are the issues. And when you attempt to now have it preventive, you see that there's a lot of difference between being preventive and being detective. So I think we should be moving towards being preventive, and we need a technology to know a lot of things about the organization that we are getting into. And then I want to make this point. When organizations collude with other people, in the sense that you are looking for business, and somebody has told you that this guy is not a very correct person. What is insurance? We're always looking for the moral hazard, right? And then you meet someone that is, not a very correct person, not of good character, and I've been through that process also. This guy is a 419, right? But he has a business that is running, and we all go and queue to be making presentation to him to pay us premium. What do you think will happen next? So it's like that. And the point I'm making finally is that we need to protect ourselves from these, fraudulent activities, and we need to run our organization in such a way that we are mindful of the cost. We're mindful of the cost. A lot of insurance companies don't allow themselves to go through business process, procedure, if I may call it that way, because they just believe that it will work. This is the way it works. How do you buy technology that has its own standards, and then you begin to tweak with it to accommodate maybe a broker's request or to accommodate a customer's request? It has lost its integrity. That's the way I see it. So we've really got to go in that direction of making it preventive, and then ensuring that it's all good. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I would like to wrap up on this note to say that we're happy to work with you and maybe with the regulators as well, as we look forward to setting more standard around preventing and detecting and fraud and all those things. As a last point, something that crossed my mind as you were speaking is the issue of security and privacy. How do you think? Because again, you're getting access to people's data, so people start questioning the role of technology in getting access to these things. How do you ensure this does not fall into the wrong hands? What would be your answer to that?
Cyber insurance. Do we have the capacity? Are we ready? It's a process. Yes, it's another conversation altogether. But like I said also earlier, these things are happening because insurance will ultimately be looking for experience and data. Let's begin to build these stories so that when we get to the point of looking for what's the experience, we won't have to too far to South Africa and be looking for experience to work with in Nigeria. Data has become something that, countries want to keep their own data. And if Nigeria wants to keep its own data, the things that happen in Nigeria have to be protected in Nigeria. And that's why we have to build that process. Cyber security, yes, is there, but it won't do a lot of what insurance will do. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. Unfortunately, that our other panelists couldn't really join us. The other one was from Egypt. Dr. Kulu was from Egypt. That should share the North Africa experience, and Mr. Steve was from East Africa. Wanted us to also share East African experience. But yeah, thank you so much.
Oh, there's a question. Okay. So we'll do it 2 minutes, so that we can get to the session.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shino Badegeshi. I'm the Managing Director of Gozi Micro Insurance. I'd like to commend the organizer of this event. I just came back from Kenya on a sponsored program by IFC and FSD Africa. And the thrust of that industry tour was for us to look at technology innovation in Kenya to see how they've been doing it. And I'm glad to see when I woke up this morning, actually came in the earlier part of this morning also. And when I checked my email, I noticed that there's an event going on, which of course resonates with exactly what we went to do in Kenya. And that of course caught my interest, and I said, I definitely have to be here this morning. I'd like to, first of all, appreciate the organizer of this event, to know that this kind of event exists in Nigeria. And even also happy to know that the like of Mrs. Yetunde Ilori, is also here. It also gives us hope in Nigeria that definitely, a lot should be expected from the technology side for InsurTech in Nigeria. For me, I think I want to be of interest that we continue to do what we are doing. And then one thing, of course, I resonate when we went to Kenya was that one of the key drivers of innovation in that country, that kept coming up each time we talk to some of the key innovator, stakeholders, the like of Safaricom, the like of Gamp, like of APA and all of them, is that collaboration, cooperation, partnership, and of course regulation is what is driving technology in that country. And I believe, the fact that we have the like of Mrs. Yetunde Ilori here, those are the movers and shakers of the industry that could also help to ensuring that regulation supports technology innovation in this country. So on that note, I want to say thank you, for what you are doing, and we look forward to doing a lot more with you. We are the first licensed microinsurance in Nigeria, and we look forward to working with, a lot of technology innovator like you. So we are open to discussion and conversation in the area of technology support, to drive insurance in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
That's awesome. Awesome.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Femi Abioye. I have a sport insurance practice, and I want to appreciate the last conversation. But something just came to my mind when Mr. Lagam was talking about the data interplay. The fact that technology has also helped us to, for example, most of us carry phone, and each of our phone has IME, which is a global number to your phone, which makes it even difficult for somebody to steal your phone, because if you have an IME, it can be used to bar that phone. I think we need to have a collaboration in which this kind of technology, and I'm speaking to Turaco, that you can take advantage of it at the regulators level. For example, any card that comes to Nigeria comes with a particular number. So, exactly. So why don't you have a data bank of those numbers such that if you report a car, if it's not on that data bank, no claim can be made. Do you understand? And the thing goes same with health insurance. Can we build a data bank of all enrollees? You understand? And then begin to track some of these development so that it becomes very useful at the point of claim payment, which has all given the insurance industry a bad image in code. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so it will be 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Oposhiemi, and I think that maybe Mrs. Ilori would probably be able to give away stuff to that, which has to do with the Nigerian Insurance Database for the bottle policies. I'm aware that exists. Now the question is being, the issue of having one integrate into the system. So maybe via API. That for us really have been, a wee bit of challenge, right, to have that kind of access so that, we can have that detective and investigative, side of our claims process done, particularly for auto side of things. Thank you.
1 minute, just 1 minute. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shala Oguni. I want to, based on when the last speaker was speaking, one of the panelists, I think the insurance industry, they've tried a bit. What the sister mentioned is called NID. It is quite difficult for somebody to double claim if the insurance company do their job well. So when you insure and they give you a certificate, the insurance company will register that plate number on NIDD. If you go elsewhere to insure, the other insurance company will bounce you because it has been your NID already. But one of the problems is that some insurance companies, with the angle of API, if you want to link their API to your own kind of a webhook, some of them don't have it. So you have to wait. When you place a business, you have to wait for them to respond, and you want to do something within 5 minutes. So it's only a webhook that can do that. So the insurance company, I know their members are here, they should try and also improve upon their technology. NID is good, it covers vehicle, it covers marine. You can't double do that. And another comment I want to make is that I think I'm right now. When the last week I said somebody claim on life product, you can insure yourself more than once.
Yeah, definitely. There's no limitation.
Yes, because it's a contract of benefit, so you can do that. So, because I'm not the beneficiary anyway, so you can do that. You can insure more than once. It's only property that you cannot insure more than once. And with good data, fraud level can be detected and reduced. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So, we have to run. I wanted Yetunde Lori too, but I will just wait for her in our session so that she can wrap it up there.
the good thing is, like you all said, we've moved further. Like, it's not the way it used to be before. There are progressive steps, and I think that's the best thing to see, that every stakeholder is looking at it. So let's quickly run to the product pitch. It's just going to be for 10 minutes. Then we would have the best session. We are leaving the best for the last. And by I mean the best session, I mean we have the industry giants, the people with the experience. That is, if you ask Yetunde Lori for experience, it's probably my age, you know. So, and I'm telling you, I'm not saying this to whine you. I don't want to read that profile, because if I do, it might be like I'm trying to flash it to your face that, you know, when someone asks the AXA that we are shouting about, they are the AXA. Do you get? They started the AXA thing. So I'm not saying that's one of our profile. So so we'll do a product pitch. Bolu Atife, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Sorry that I'm calling a founder that way. Bolu, my founder, I can't see you. Why can't I see him?
Okay. Can you see me now?
It's the technical people here, not you. It's Gamp. You're always ready. Technical, please. Okay, awesome. My founder, you can go ahead.
All right, thanks. Thank you so much. I'll share my screen shortly. Yeah. If you can see my screen, please let me know.
We can see your screen.
Awesome. Great. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for staying this long. My name is Bulu Omotayo, and I am the CEO and co-founder at Gamp. You know, one of the things I like to say about Gamp is we're doing one of the most interesting things that, you know, you should be doing, you know, in insurance and protection at the moment in the market. And I'll paint a very interesting and exciting picture to you. Africa has a lot of smartphones. Everybody knows that. When I spoke earlier, I said there are probably more smartphones and computers combined than humans in the room, you know. But one thing that I think that insurers have overlooked in the past, and perhaps you know, is that these devices are the most important central assets in people's lives, you know. So they are assets that needs to be protected. And I'll give you some numbers to back it. At the moment, there are about 520 million connected devices in the region, and I like to say it's a very conservative estimate. By 2025, there will be more smartphones in Africa than we have in North America. And the average age in the region at the moment is 18. You know, the reason why I put that data there is to help you realize that a lot of times we are talking about insurance penetration and a couple of all those things, but we're not talking about are we actually making products available to reach the audience that we should be reaching, you know. An average 18-year-old African, for example, does not own a car, you know, but he definitely will own a smartphone or a laptop or both, you know. And then one of the things you'll also find out in the region is that over 80% of these devices lack access to quality aftercare service, you know, which, you know, is the reason why people resort to unauthorized servicing for their devices. Fundamental problem is that device manufacturers do not provide enough support in Africa. So you have to experience it, like I talked about earlier, it's unnecessarily difficult to fix devices, unnecessarily expensive, you know. Manufacturer warranty does not give you the critical cover you need for your device, you know, which is the reason why customers struggle when their devices break. Another important thing also is that, you know, existing insurance products are polyden and distributed. And what do we mean by that? You know, before now, if you walk up to any insurance, say you want to protect or insure your smartphone, you know, people really do that in markets. You know, people would rather say, go bring your household, you know, let's protect everything together and things like that. And you don't blame the insurer, you know, it's typically because, you know, the knowledge to providing protection for these devices do not exist. And that's why we built Gamp. Gamp is an InsurTech for devices, you know. We provide device protection plans and repair support for devices. The device protection plans cover both new and used devices, you know, locked or unlocked devices, irrespective of where you buy them. And it's two things it provides, you know, damage breakdown protection, which typically covers broken screen, liquid spill, electric surge, accessories, and we also provide phone and chat support. So what have we done? We've built technology, technology to be able to facilitate these things. And so the critical component of what we built is especially around the pre-damage verification or validation of the device, and then post-loss or damage. And what does that mean? It means that before you can protect the device, one of two things must be certain. One, does that device exist? And then the second thing is, is the device not currently broken? So you'll be able to build out something to be able to ascertain that. And then when that device breaks, is it the device that you protected that broke? So we need to be able to do that, and that's typically one of the things that we offer partners. We have an experienced team. We have experience around, the product. We've launched a web app, and we have APIs, and of course, we're seeking partnerships for growth. Who did we build Gamp for? We built Gamp for two categories of people. We built Gamp for customers and partners. Customers are people who use our products directly, and partners are people who we work with to provide value for their customers. So customers basically are myself, yourself, we own smartphones, laptops. Businesses are startups, corporates, gig workers. Partners are insurance companies, device manufacturers, are telcos, agents, retailers, asset finance companies. And what are the values we offer each of these category of people? For startups and corporates, we build a platform to help businesses protect, buy, and maintain business devices throughout their life cycle. For agents can now offer instant protection and fast pick and repair delivery to customers, while they earn commissions, and tech users can now instantly protect their devices. So if you are in the room, for example, if you go to getgamp.com, GETGAMP.com, you will find out that on the spot right there, you can now protect your smartphone or your computer, and you can now also access instant repair in case you have a broken device. So this is high level where we offer products, product design. We can, share knowledge of what we've designed, or we can co-design something together, technology like I talked about, leveraging it, for verification at different levels, and of course in processing claims. Distribution also, we built out a very fine way to distribute that helps agents, distribute very easily, both online and offline. We have a white labeled solution that insurance companies and other partners can plug into and get started in under 1 hour. Start interesting. And of course, all our processes are completely paperless. Nobody touches paper in none of the things that we do. And of course, we also offer repair support. And I think that's one thing that we should talk about, So aside from providing all the protection and stuff, when these devices break, Gamp also fixes them. Gamp has experienced service centers across different parts of Nigeria. We also have partners across different markets that we work with, in providing repair support. This is what our team looks like. Very interesting team. Aside from the people here, one of the people that also gets us really excited are the other members of the team's pictures on here. We have team members from Old Neutral, people from Champs, people from Bendo, people from M-Copa, and it's just really, really exciting. It's some of the investors and companies that we currently work with, and we are really excited to work with any of the different categories of partners we talked about earlier, ranging from insurance companies like I talked about. Insurance companies, we can work with you to launch device insurance or to leverage whatever we built to help you succeed. So we're looking for great financial distribution and strategic partners. If this is of interest to you, let's connect, let's have a meeting to discuss how we can work together, and they will know if we can, move forward with it or not. Here is our contact details. Thank you very much. Very happy to respond to questions if there's still time.
Thank you very much, Bolo. Thank you very, very much. I must say that what you're doing is something quite disruptive, because and I'm not kidding, because I have a very real-life experience of a bad claim portfolio for one of the insurance companies that I worked in, and I was in charge of that portfolio, and I can tell you, we don't want to touch gadget protection plan.
but what you're doing is a very big one, and I'm happy that I know you know Super Geeks. Then we worked with Super Geeks, so I must say that there will be more collaborations and questions around that because what you're doing is quite disruptive. Anybody with a question for Bolu? And we can only take one if there is. Okay, so we have just one question. Thank you.
Thank you, Bolu, for the wonderful presentation. I have just two things I would like to clarify. The first one centered around IP protection, intellectual property protection. What is it? You said you want to work with other insurance companies. In what format? How are you protected such that another insurance company don't copy this and then make it its own product? That's one. The second one is the fact that it has resonated in this conversation today, the issue about data privacy. Where are you keeping the data of some of these proposed or people who are going to sign up to your partner? Because I know it's an issue with cloud computing and cloud storage in Nigeria. How are we sure that some of these people, their information are not going to get into the hands of Chinese and what have you, like we have in the this low shack? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I didn't get your name, but very brilliant question. You know, one of the things that we tell ourselves internally is if whatever we build is easy for just everybody to copy and paste, then it means we don't have a business. So that's the first piece. And then the second piece is, like the whole platform and everything is just the simplest part. The actual work is actually in the operations, which is especially around when the actual claims come. That's when people want to replace the device, And we think that that's what insurance companies don't want to touch. Insurance companies just want to insure you and then pay claims, but we want to do the hard work, inclusive, which is what device protection, actually entails. So then the third piece, of course, is like the legals. Of course, when we get to working with partners, the legals is supposed to give us some level of protection. I don't know if I was able to provide some clarity there. Then second thing around data, yes, we currently operate according to the data guidelines provided by the government, and typically go through everything that the government requires of you to go through. That one. And then two, when people send in their devices to us for repairs, for example, one of the things we tell them is to please back up their data. We do not take responsibility for loss of data or any of all those things. So before customers send their devices to us, we please encourage them to back up their data. And it's not just us, it's just standard global practice. So that's it. I don't know if I've been able to respond to that question clearly.
You're spot on. Very, very spot on. I was just about to say operations is the major thing, not the platform itself.
Yeah,
the platform is
we are setting up shops across different cities, and I tell people, one of the things I've also seen when we're chatting with people is people just think that okay, we can also just build out the platform and figure out how to verify devices and stuff, and then we can go and build out the marketplace for repairs. And I say, the repair business is like, for doctors in the hospital, forgive me, but they're like doctors. Technicians are like doctors.
Yeah.
Because this person was able to fix your device today, there was no meaning he's going to be able to fix this problem tomorrow. There are specialties. There are people who are good with this and people who are good with that. My own personal background is such that I've been fixing electronics for a lot of years, so we know these things, we know how this market operates. And it's the reason why we don't touch other things like health insurance and stuff, so people don't see us as competition. We just want to be partners with people in the market and let's focus on the customer and drive value for them.
Thank you very much, Bolu. Thank you very much. Thank you. And I want to say you're doing a great job. Even with Richard Leftley, I was like, wow, cool, good advisor, because he's one of the best when it comes to micro insurance in the whole of Africa or even globally. So thank you very much.
Thank you for the kind words.
Yeah, so we might have to go to the next point of the agenda.
like I said, we're leaving the best for the last. Let me start by bringing the first person in who I saw on LinkedIn also. Now I'm a LinkedIn person. When I saw somebody say, I want people to pay for insurance based on kilometers, I started laughing. Now, is this possible? They're basically infusing telematics into insurance. It's a great honor that I invite Tim Tokwadeyemi to the stage. Can you please clap for him? He's the founder of Pay. Oh, sorry, cheers. Sorry, the arrangement is coming in soon. We can't allow a founder be pushing. They make things happen. There's no fun. Please report. Sorry for the breaking transmission. It's quite essential. Okay, let's just move ahead. Okay, we'll go to, so when I saw the sponsors of the program, I must confess that it was nice to see that it wasn't just insurance companies that were interested in insurtechs. Brokers are interested in insurtechs. If you have the normal ideology, you believe that brokers should see insurtechs as competition. But they are seeing insurtechs as collaborators, and that means a lot to us. It means a lot to the industry. When I saw YOA is not small brokers, so we are calling brokers, you call YOA. So when we have sponsors like YOA, I would like to call on the head of corporate affairs of YOA, Ikechukwu Ogbonna. I don't know if he's here. Please, can we give him a round of applause, please? Like, it's super awesome to see brokers in this. Like, it means a lot. It means a whole lot. I know you might not understand, but it means a lot. We also will be calling my mentor's mentor. Yeah, I know what I mean. Like, I have mentors in this industry that I look up to. But when your mentor is telling you that I'm going to see my mentor, so you know you have to respect the person with not just due respect, with grandpa respect. So this person is no other than Yetunde Lori. So when I was saying Yetunde Lori is here, I know people can be, is it not this woman? Oh, hey, Yasin Agbara. Welcome. Okay. The person that will be facilitating this session was one of the speakers in the last session. He likes to be very humble, but he came to the insurance industry to lambast all the insurers. I'm talking of the last true CIN engagement. He lambasted all the insurers. He lambasted all the brokers. He lambasted all the loss adjusters. And he did it as if he said nothing. Yeah, he did it as if he said nothing. I know he's trying to do as if he's not here, but there's no other person than Ekerete Ola Grom Ikom. I know I did not pronounce it well as an Akwa Ibom boy. Please, I'm sorry. I'm trying to be Akwa Ibom. I know. I'm from Akwa Ibom, but I don't know how to speak. Thank you. That's so unfair. I'm very sorry. Thank you very much for coming. Yeah, I'm leaving it for you, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Sometimes it becomes challenging when you have to listen to other people speak and get their points. So when I got the program and I saw that I'm a moderator, I said, Kai, they have put me in a difficult position. So I won't talk. Abi? I will just be listening to other people talk. But good thing is that the microphone is in my hand first. So thanks for the wonderful introductions. And I just want to say that I don't have enemies in the industry, by the way. So when you use the word lambast, you can make some people think I'm an enemy as an investor in insurance and give back to the industry. Sometimes the industry doesn't like it, and sometimes I apologize. Sometimes I don't apologize because I know that's where we are going. Like they say, your critics are your best, partners that you can journey with. So we spent a lot of time already. I don't want my name to be added to those who spent our time. And it's such an honor, to really be moderating where we have, these personalities. Sometimes you don't know how best to introduce them because they've done a lot and then they are humble. So how do you introduce them? You are trying to introduce Mrs. Ilori and you have to struggle. So the best thing is to allow her to do that, and the way she does that, you have to accept it. Because you can't say what she's not. She won't accept it. Then we talk where I told him again today that I hope you know that where you are today is just a scratch of where you are going. And the most important thing at this point is focus. Because it's come up with something that hasn't happened anywhere in the world. First in the world. But you know how we are in Nigeria.
Justin.
Thanks. Okay, so some people are yet to hear about what is done, but even when they hear, you don't understand. This is not insurance. Like, before Femi asked the question, he said anybody can copy it and do it, but not what he has done. Because he has spent years on the mat, just thinking about it alone before he came out with it, IK is my friend. That's how I will introduce him. We've done lots of things and then we are trying to do more. Because what is in front of us is so huge. It's like you're trying to clear it. And then they say this is what you are meant to clear. And when you see it, you are wondering where do I start from? One of the biggest issues in the insurance industry is communication. And it's like someone said earlier in the day, we are doing a lot and then somebody will tell us that it's 0.3%. So when you say communication, someone like IK will say, I don't understand, you are communicating. I say, IK, you are communicating your company, not the insurance industry. We don't have up to 20 insurance companies on Twitter. For example, they are not even on Facebook because they will tell you that Facebook is for those people who are not serious. I said, these are your customers. So you've got to be there and that. So I hope that we will be able to make this session as interesting as it should be. Afternoon is always not the best time to be the presenter. But hey, let me cut all of this off and, we know what the topic is. We are talking about regulation as enabler of the InsurTech space. So, for all reasons, it would be nice to have Mrs. Yetunde Ilori start. Thank you, ma'am. Please encourage her.
I want to say good afternoon, everybody, or is it evening, whichever it is, and depending on where those online logged in from. So it's good day to everybody. I'm so happy to be here. I don't know what you want me to say. Is it about myself? Because you said something about introduction. it's like everybody's, many people that have spoken since I came in is like, oh, NIA days. I want to say my name once again is Yetunde Ilori. I'm the Director General of Nigerian Insurance Association. Nigerian Insurance Association is the umbrella body of all insurance companies and reinsurance companies in Nigeria. So NIA does not underwrite or sell any product. And we cannot say we're the regulator that you're talking about, because it's a self-regulating company. Before I came to NIA as the DG of NIA, I actually worked, and I felt I wanted to retire, and I was 56 then, and I was the Managing Director, CEO of AXA Mansard, and I just felt, let me go enjoy myself. And then my colleagues, because I was also the Deputy Chairperson of Nigerian Insurance Association, said, oh, you're not that old to go away from the insurance industry. And I've done that for 5 years now. And honestly, I don't think I regret. Not that I don't think I haven't regretted that. And maybe one of my greatest fear is being allayed. By having those people that we have in this room, because it's like, oh, what will become of insurance? Are we going to have some people that are going to see this and be keen to continue with, to bring about the dream that one actually had, and maybe age is not on your side to actualize, but I'm so happy and I'm so proud of everyone in this room, of people that have put this together, of people that are challenging the industry. He says something and he said, he was saying it with no apologies. I want to say to you, Kerete, that it's not so true that the companies are not being called to order. If you call to memory, when I became the DG of NIA, 3 major big companies that think, oh, they're untouchable, were expelled. And one of them immediately after, got a son to write us a letter, and it was all over in the papers that the company was trying to challenge our stance. And I said to everybody, just put your papers together and let's meet in court. And I must tell you that today, we're not in court. And even though people will not get publicly punished and sanctioned, but I want to tell you, if you want to become a member, if you want that logo on your letterhead today, you better take NIA sales. So I must tell you that. Yeah. Thank you. So like I said, we're not the regulator, but we're self-regulating association. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Lori. The point to take away from her introduction, for me, is really that she was going to retire 5 years ago, and she's still here. The InsurTech should not think that they will retire anybody. Oh, true, because you need to have a bit of the, what I would call the history of what's going on. What you are doing today, some people had done it at some point. Of course, you know the story of companies like Cornerstone Mutual Benefits. They were also founders, even though they didn't call themselves founders at the time. You understand? So, and the other thing is that there is discipline in NIA today, and we are happy, to hear that. But let's bring it to the issue of today. We are saying that InsurTech has come to stay. What do we need to do from a regulatory standpoint? I'm not a regulator, but
we understand how some of these things work, all right? And especially for those who have, operated in that space. So I would like to have Turaco speak about what his experience has been on this journey. How did you come into the market to introduce something that ordinarily one would have said you can't get approval from a regulator to do that? So Turaco.
Thank you, Ma. It's humbling to be seated beside my MD. It wasn't an uphill approval from Mycover. So we joined Bima Lab, and there was a guy at the UK Deputy High Commissioner's residence, and I walked up to the NICOM commissioner, and I pitched my solution to him. And he said, so if I'm going from Abuja to if I'm to Kaduna and I turn on this app, you have motor insurance. Yeah, thank you. So I walked up to, I don't think I can call him Mr. Thomas because that would be too small to call. So I said, I pitched to him that, there are more than 10 million vehicles on Nigerian roads without comprehensive auto insurance. And this is the solution we are offering. Essentially, 98% of the claims that are reported annually, right, crystallize while cars are driven on the road. So if that is the case, it essentially means people need comprehensive motor insurance the most when they are driving on the road. He said, yes, that's true. I said, so we've developed a solution. Mr. Security said I should stop calling it a product. So we developed a solution, and I showed him the app that you could pay as low as $1 per minute, depending on your car, for comprehensive motor insurance. I put out the app, punched it, showed him. He was like, so if I'm going from Abuja to Kaduna and I punch this thing, I will have cover. I said, yes, sir. He said, wow. He said, we are going to approve this. And the carrier we are in partnership with, immediately they finished submitting all of the documentation that was required. It didn't take 2 weeks. We got regulatory approval, but before we got to that point where we have all of the documentation, it took me 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Turaco. I think today you have hinted on something that some of us think or now know that gave you the leap. The opportunity to meet the commissioner and show what you had. From that moment, he was already expecting it in his office for approval. All right. So, how many of us can have such opportunity? That's a story for another day, right? So now it's time for me to call on IK. What I want IK to tell us is this: as a broker, why are you here? All right? And then you already have your brokerage license. You are operating as a broker. So what are you looking for?
Thank you. So, it's obvious that InsurTech will play a major role in deepening penetration, and as a brand, we also have that vision to play our role in helping change the narrative, and we also have as a value collaboration. So it's important for us to stop looking at people as competitors and start looking at them as partners. that is the only way we can grow, really. If we keep having this negative competition and feel like we want to keep markets to ourselves, we will just be on the same spot. We know this, and we want to show our commitment to what the InsurTechs are doing. I must commend all the InsurTechs that have started. They're perhaps the people that have leaped away from the bottle that you talked about, and because there are a lot of uncertainties and lack of clarity in the guidelines for technical service providers in the industry, but somehow they found a way to do what they do, and we recognize this, and maybe one day we'll even start our own InsurTech.
Now somebody is coming out with the truth, right? So very quickly, because of time, I would like Mrs. Ilori to tell us, even in the self-regulatory position you are, you've done some things in NIA that I must say has made NIA somewhat more reliable than some other sources for information, for data, and all of that. So I do believe that you have watched the space and you've seen what the InsurTechs are doing. From the point of regulation, how would you want to enable the InsurTechs to be in this environment comfortably, safely, and doing it without fear? Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say, in terms of creating an enabling environment for the InsurTechs, there are three ways that I want to look at it. The regulation that I believe in at this particular time also is not something, InsurTech is not the usual mode of operation. And for me, there are three ways to look at it. As a regulator, what I believe in, like a learning regulation, you've not been there before. So allow investors and entrepreneurs to come into the space. You allow them to do what they know how to do best. You watch, you move on to create like a sandbox. Right. You allow them to bring whatever ideas that they have to table. Because when you talk about regulation, the main regulator that we have, we are protecting the interest of so many interests, let me put it that way. The interest of the consumers, the interest of the investors, and then, you are indirectly protecting the interest even of the entrepreneurs to say, don't run beyond the, that's the way you say, I want to go for hell. And you're saying don't jump into hell. It's good to fly. It's good to soar. So first thing is, create environment where investors can safely put their funds. Because some of these things, yes, you have the idea, but to actually execute, you need, some people are ready to put their funds into this. So make it an environment where people can, where people can bring their ideas. I remember recently, I can't remember how recent really, but I know on the part of even Nikon, they have something, I don't know whether some of the people that participated in what they were trying to do are here, but I know they created something like an hackathon, and then they brought in about 10. That's Bimala. Oh, you are, yes. Okay, fantastic. And so we supported, they allowed for advisors, they allowed for people to coach, people to monitor, and I think that's a very good thing. And because NIA is an association of insurance industry. We're also looking at something like just especially, I don't know how many people have been to annual edifice. One of the things that we intend doing there is actually creating like a workstation where people can come and then you have your program being supervised by some people, and then you come up with different ideas. You're not afraid to fail, because it's just an opportunity to try something new and then pick it up again and just do something. And I must say, I sit on the board of 2 InsurTechs, and what they're doing is awesome. And so that's what I feel about creating, because you need to look beyond now. It shouldn't be a story of, yes, the principles do not change. It doesn't matter whether you're doing the manual or you're doing tech, but at least to, create the kind of efficiency to deepen the penetration, to reach the right people that need your product. You need that enabling environment. And I think we all realize that. So I'm not so surprised, when you said we have brokers here. We all appreciate it. It's like you have a dream and you're wondering, who is going to interpret this dream? Somebody has to come up to, we need to do it better, we need to do this, but some people have to come on board, to interpret that dream and make it happen. Thank you.
Please, applause. So today, you've got Nycom enabling you. You've got NIA enabling you. I want to believe that we have been able to assure you that the environment is safe for you to fly. But don't try to go to heaven and end up in hell. I got that. So I would like to just give us, each of us, a minute. 2 minutes? Okay.
A minute, please.
I'm in charge here. I'm in charge here. So I'd like to give each of us a minute to just give your closing remarks, and then let it be focused on how do we move forward on this. Is there anything that we should do differently from a regulatory standpoint? Thank you. Let me start with my good friend, Ike.
Okay, thank you. So the journey has started, and there's still a lot more to do. One thing that is going to be very important is proper communication and data sharing. So all the InsurTechs are gathering all this data and all this information, and it kind of creates opportunities for cross-selling and upselling. And I think beyond what you do, it's important that you look for new opportunities, new segments. There's so much underserved and on segments, affinity groups and different customers and in different profiles that need insurance. But the only way we can achieve this is if we collaborate. My key word is collaboration. I just keep saying that, collaboration. And for the regulators, it's important that they embrace this. By embracing it, that they need to also be innovative themselves. Have they set up innovation departments? What is the culture in driving technology? They need to be fast as well. Just like Ekerete said, how many people will have the opportunity to be in the room with the Nycom and get approval in 2 weeks? Typically, the stories are here. So it's important that they also take a hand-holding approach, the carrot and the stick approach, where they set targets for these InsurTechs and help them grow, and all the incubation processes and everything that is important. Thank you.
Thank you. Temisayo, please.
Okay, thank you. So I'm appealing to InsurTechs and those people looking to join the InsurTech space. Let's build more of products
we need more product people. All the people that have been hearing talk and all of that are process enablers. We need more people to build, improve on existing products, right? But you can't do it all. Like for example, while we're working on cross-border goods in transit, and the first insurer we went to meet said it's not possible. Then I told them we've launched pay-per-minute motor insurance, the first in the world. Then they now sat back to listen to us. So please, let's have more product building insurtechs. Then of course, I'm impressed with the regulator, especially NICOM. From outside, I've always thought NICOM was witches and wizards, the two combined together, right? I've heard stories that it will take 1 million years to approve this kind of product, or this kind of product will not even be approved. NICOM actually asked us, where has this existed before? We said none. And we're like, oh, maybe this will be the end, right? But because the Oga at the top wants to use the product himself, I think that fast-tracked the approval process so that, every other person can listen to us and better understand our product. So we need more guys in the space, and we need tutelage from the likes of Mama here to be able to sit. No, she's not going anywhere soon. So that she could be there in those, because insurtechs needs to start having even people in Senate, House of Rep, making laws to further propagate what we're doing, right? I look forward to the insurtech community sponsoring a guy to go to the Senate, sponsoring somebody to go to the House of Rep to make laws that will enable insurance and insurtech as it were. Overall, I'm glad that Nigeria had made history with pay-per-minute. As a matter of fact, people in Texas and all are looking to adopt the pay-per-minute. So I'm really grateful, and it's a privilege to be here. Thank you.
So, Madam, it's not by anything that you will be the one to make the last.
I made the first. So
thank you.
It's okay. Okay. I once again want to say thank you for this opportunity. I want to say, listen to the MD of Gozi. He said, he just came in from Kenya. If insurtech is gaining ground and then working in other parts of Africa, why not in Nigeria if we claim to be the giant of Africa? Wonder, But all I want to say is, it will only become a reality if you don't give up your dream. Don't let anybody kill your dream, whether giants in the industry, whether with the regulator, for anyone that will come through, you only have to be intentional and determined. All the best. And the communique, I don't know whether to say communique will be an old version thing. You have my yes, the summary of whatever you've done here. Whatever, make it actionable, and whatever it is, we're ready to take care for it.
Thank you so very much, and indeed, if I add any other word to what has been said, I will be offending the gods. So please, I would like to, on behalf of all the panelists, say thank you for this opportunity, and we'll be happy to do this again and again and again.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we just want to, thank you very much. That was an interesting session. So we want to take some pictures, but we want to say thank you. I appreciate you for sharing your knowledge, Mr. Kerete. It's a pleasure meeting him since 2020. Yes, online, and that's if you are online, if you are following him, you know what I'm saying. So let's leave it like that. Yes. So thank you very much. He encourages a lot of us, to challenge the status quo and see how we can do things better. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Ike, thank you very, very much. I know YOA is, there are specialties in the one industry like that, but, I know that technology is something that they are looking to definitely take advantage of, and they are open to collaborations. If you're in the house, you want to work with them. One thing that we are seeing within the industry is we are seeing InsurTechs work with brokers, right, to go to market, right? So this is a good partner. Yeah, thank you. Yes, Mrs. Ilori, thank you very much. Yes, it's not a mistake that, AXA was mentioned, in terms of introducing her. A lot of things, has happened through her. So thank you very much for what you do for the industry. We look forward to, working with you. And yes, come the summary, we'll definitely share this and see how, the NIA, as a key stakeholder can support the growth of InsurTech in Nigeria. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, it was intentional to have this man on this because of that story that he shared, right? In terms of the products and what they are pioneering within this space. Congratulations to a lot more we know that is going to come. And thank you for sharing as much as you did today. And we're waiting for you definitely. And I'm sure that everyone here, if there's a way to collaborate, I'm sure they'll definitely reach out. Yes, thank you very much. Yes. Okay, yes, group photograph. Yes. Just drop it. Yes, thank you very much. It's been an interesting time. Please, if you're still in the house, please, can you give yourself a round of applause? Thank you very much. Yes, we apologize for starting a bit behind time, and this has extended beyond what we planned, but we were intentional about this program and what it can bring, because the InsurTech space, right, is growing, and we are keen to see how the key stakeholders can enable that growth, right? And so that's why we put this together. I want to say a big thank you, right, to our sponsors. They have been super amazing. Enabling us to put this together. Curacel, thank you very much. Octamile, thank you very much. YOA Insurance Brokers, thank you very much. Lami, thank you very much. Turaco, thank you very much. Some of our speakers were supposed to be here physically, but due to one thing or the other, they could not. Thank you very much to everyone. Thank you for being here. Please let the collaborations continue. Dr. Neto, thank you very, very much for making it. It's great having you. Thank you very much. And I wish everyone a fantastic Christmas and great year in 2023. Again, like I said earlier, InsurTech, we know, is the future of fintech, and we're happy to facilitate, that disruption, that growth. Thank you very much.